really fast. I don't know if we're live. Looks like we're live. Ahoy hoy! I am Planarwalk, and this is a streamathon. The rules are simple. Timer starts at an hour. If I need to have my camera. Timer starts at 1 hour. When I press start, that timer will start going down. When it reaches 0, the stream ends. If you want the stream to go for longer because you think that a 1 hour stream is rather short, then you can increase the timer by super chatting. Every euro in super chats adds 1 minute to the timer. You also get some bonus if depending on the level of super chat you donate. So yeah, those are the general rules. What are we going to be doing? Well, we'll figure that out as we go. Anyway, so timer starts now. Anyway, how is everyone? I need to do better with I need to have an actual intro rather than what I usually do. But yeah, how is everyone? I hope everyone's doing well. I am doing all right. Also, I just realized things I could do in the timer settings, but are we going to do that? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think we are. But yeah. What I'll probably do, because okay, so I hope we're live, by the way, because it'd be disappointing if I wasn't live. Are we live? I think we're live. We'll see. Hopefully we are. But where was I? Oh yeah, last time I did this, Fred Harvey for 5 Australian dollars says first, and I'm gonna bring up this, and yeah, it works. Also, I'm going to add 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, I just have to type in 1M. I'm silly. Alright, we're going to add that. And that will do that. Because I've got to add those things manually. I am eventually going to make it automatic. So yeah, I seem live to you? Well, that's good. I like being live. Better than not being live. But yeah, where was I? Oh yeah. I do need to make those automatic because that was a random thought I had before going live. I was like, what if I actually make higher tier super chats add a bit more as a bonus? And that works as state-of-the-art anti-edging technology, because people will often donate 1 or 2 euros just to keep it slowly getting there. And Brooke Linnett says, ahoy hoy, Team Garlic Bread, let's go. I remember you. You were on Blue Sky when I posted about the garlic bread. I actually still have some. So let me show you what it is. And let me add 2 minutes for the yellow super chat. There we go. Alright. So essentially, I got some buns. And I didn't know how long I was going to be streaming. Bread tends to go off pretty quickly. And I didn't want that. So I decided, and my freezer is kind of full most of the time. So I decided, well, why not make some garlic bread with those buns that I had? Because I only really needed 2 buns. And so what I did is I cut it into thirds. And yeah, if I open it up, there's garlic bread. And it's got garlic in it. You know, when you think about it, buns are just short baguettes. Very short baguettes. That's what they are. I am definitely not wrong in that situation. Turtle moves for €5 says, because we really want to be mean to Planarwalk and make her talk for hours. Oh yeah, like, look, I do not know how I did the last stream for 10 hours, because I have a tendency of, if I stream for a long time, then I don't... If I stream for a long time, my voice stops working as a sort of rule of thumb. I'm also going to try and get guests on. I've messaged a few people. Whether people join as guests, we will see. But where was I going? Oh yeah, I need to make sure that I have things up. I've essentially worked out that oh yeah, I should heart the super chats because, you know, that's important. But where was I? I was somewhere. Well, I'm in my room. I know that. But oh yes, yeah. So last time I did streaming, I was doing programming as well, and since that last stream, the programming has come actually a long way. I've learned a lot more about C++, and I've worked out that actually some of the ways that I've done things, so maybe we'll try to fix some of the code. Yeah. We will see how well that works. Usually people like to go for that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but I am of the mindset, yeah, but sometimes it's already broken and we need to, you know, like, I think, is it FFmpeg? I think is the software that some of it is even written in assembly. It's like 75% C and it's like 25% assembly or something like that. And it's one of those things where they still update it. Also, oh no, someone didn't do Wordle right. Oh dear. I will send this person a message saying, am streaming. There we go. And should actually send links to people. Has anyone heard of Zoroastrianism? I think I've heard the name, but I don't know of what it is about. It's like, I don't know, if you were to tell me about some kind of, it's like the Jesus cube, right? I've seen a thing that says about the Jesus cube. What is it about? I don't know. I imagine they've turned Jesus into a cube, but I've heard of it. I don't know what it's about though. Oh yeah, I should probably send the link to anyone that wants to. Anyone that dares disturb my streaming will be sent a link. But yeah, so programming stuff, because programming stuff is something that I like. And one of the cool things, because my ADHD can't give my brain a break, is that I will hopefully be getting, I don't know when, it'll arrive, but a drawing tablet. A friend of mine is moving and so is getting rid of his drawing tablet. And so it's like, okay, I will take that off your hands for you. And so, yeah, I don't know, as I said, don't know when it arrives, but I'm very excited for that. Zoroaster. I don't know what that is either. But yeah, one of the good things about a drawing tablet, and so for me, I found that, okay, this is something that I have found. A lot of people, when they get into, when they want to do digital art, they often get a drawing tablet that has a screen on it. Because in the mind, having a screen there makes it easier to, having a screen that you can draw on makes it easier to essentially know where the pen is or where the stylus is. Whereas if it's disconnected from the screen, you can't look at your hand to know where the stylus is. But I find that personally, for me, it's quite like using a mouse. I don't need to be looking at my hand to know where the mouse is. If the mouse is on the screen, I know where to move it to a certain location. I could probably even move it to, it's easy. However, when you're drawing with a screenless drawing tablet, that is a skill that you do have to learn, but eventually you get there by virtue of there still being a pointer on the screen. And because of that, I find it much easier to use those kinds of drawing tablets. And yeah, I don't know if that's just me, but that is something that I have found. And I think for me, the reason why because I initially thought my mouse still has a tail. I prefer the mouse with the tail. It's a little dirty because I use the mouse a lot, and sometimes stuff gets stuck to your fingers while after you're eating. That tends to happen. My mouse has a tail though. Troglodyte. But what was I saying? Something about So when it comes to drawing tablets, I do find that if you have learnt to draw on a screenless drawing tablet, then you'll probably be more used to using those. If you have learnt to draw on if you've learnt to draw on a screen, then you'll probably be very adverse to using a drawing tablet that doesn't have a screen. And I think part of the reason for that is because when you are drawing on one that doesn't have a screen, it does take a bit to learn, okay, this is where the this is where the mouse is, or the stylus, where the stylus is in reference to the screen. And I think that can be tricky to learn. Is that a tail, or is the mouse eating spaghetti? I don't think it's spaghetti. I don't want to get spaghetti on my mouse. I don't need enough spaghetti to get spaghetti on my mouse. And Rel's World says Planarwalk. That doesn't make any sense. Just like my name. And it's Rubik's says, hey, ahoy hoy, it's Rubik's. How are you doing? I was just explaining about drawing tablets. Are the rumours true? What rumours? It depends on what rumours you're talking about. There are many rumours that you could be talking about. Gooey Duck Geoscience says, good meowing. Good meowing to you too. Good meowing to everyone, actually. Many rumours... True. Many rumours aren't true. But yeah, it's kind of like, I think, in a way, when people learn programming. Like, there are many ways to learn programming. Personally, I think that languages like Python actually do a bit of a disservice to learning programming, because even though Python is a very easy language to learn, it doesn't have a lot of the concepts that programming languages should have. So, I think that if you are going to learn a language that has types, where every variable is typed. Now, it will be weird when you go to a language that doesn't have typed variables, like Python or JavaScript, but I would I would say that it's a good idea to learn a typed language because it gets you familiar with the idea of types. I do prefer weakly typed languages rather than strongly typed languages, but you know that is my preference. But yeah, I think it's a good idea to learn a language that has where you have to declare types. But also, like, I think I think that C++ is a good language to learn as a beginner. Like, people go, oh, but you have to learn concepts like pointers and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, yes, but, like, those are in other languages too, and you get to a language like Python that hides all its pointers, and you're like, okay, I assigned this list to this variable, but why is it that when I edit that, it's also editing that? And it's because you've assigned the pointer, not the list. Railsworld says, thoughts on C#? I very much like C#. In fact, this timer that you see is written in C#. Well, C# and JavaScript. The way that it's displaying on the screen here, that's JavaScript. But the way that it works all the logic out in the back end on my end is C#, because I thought, oh, C# allows me to design a very simple UI to use. But it's on this end, on the screen, that's JavaScript, because that is the web language and there is no other alternative to JavaScript. Which is kind of, I mean, it makes sense. Like, why would you need an alternative language, JavaScript, when JavaScript works well enough? There is a saying of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but, like, I feel like we could do better. Maybe TypeScript can be integrated into web browsers. That is assuming that TypeScript is... That is assuming, though, that TypeScript is basically JavaScript with types. With, like, strong... with, like, static types. Also, make sure... People in chat, make sure you drink water. Transpanic says, hi, Planarwalk. I don't know what I'm playing, but I put my guitar away last night so that my room is cleaner. I could play the keyboard, but I need to plug that in. Plug that in. Rels, I'm just gonna call you Rels. Look, I'm allowed to do that. Says, my last message got censored, and yeah. But yeah, I can play... I don't know what chord that is, but it's a chord. Let me turn it up a bit. Anyway, E major. Okay. I'm going to just assume you're right. I've forgotten what chord it was. Look, I'm not a pianist, right? Yeah, that sounds like an E major. This sounds like an E minor, and it probably is. I know because that one has the E on it. Yeah. For me, I do know a little bit of music stuff, but people ask, oh, if you do not like, if you don't know how to play, if you don't know how to play keyboard, why do you have a keyboard there? And the answer is, it helps me be able, like, if I want to write something, right, I can look at the keyboard and go, okay, well, what's a chord? That sounds like a diminished chord or something. But it's one of those things that helps me transpose from, well, work something out on here. Like, what's something I've come up with? Something like that, though I came up with that on guitar, and allows me to go, okay, those are the chords, let's put it into a music software. Shania Bisberg says, are you on hormone therapy? Yes, yes I am. That has, it's definitely Megalovania bass. Actually, that's not Megalovania bass. This is Megalovania bass. I know. Yeah, that's Megalovania bass. Whereas mine is. So same thing, just shifted a little bit. Delivery McGee says, I have a friend who is half decent at every musical instrument, plays the Super Mario Bros. Theme every time we walk past a piano keyboard at a thrift store. Yeah, I'm best on. Okay, I am best with guitar. Now I do have other musical instruments, but. You know. There we go. I don't know why I don't know why this takes a bit if I haven't like played in a while. It's like my voice is cracking, but it's like the kazoo that's cracking. That's the first thing that comes to my mind every time I see a kazoo. Listening, not watching, and the sudden kazoo noise freaked you out. Sorry about that. But yeah, that is the... it also makes your lips tingle. But kazoos are fun. The funnest thing is to play a song like at a open mic night. You're playing a song, and then afterward, you get to one part of the song, and you just pull out the kazoo, and you're just like. And people love that because it's like people also love like a thing of glasses that I think I have in here. I think there's glasses in the straw. Is there glasses in the straw? It doesn't seem like there. I do not see any glasses in the straw. I see scissors in this drawer. Actually, I don't know. I also see other things in the straw, like band-aids, because I actually was like looking for band-aids. The reason why my finger isn't a band-aid, by the way, is because last night I was cleaning up and putting things in the place, and I hurt my finger. It was bleeding a little bit, but not that much, so I put band-aid on my finger. Delivery McGee says, now I'm imagining the Freebird breakdown on kazoo. I do not remember enough of it to be able to play it on kazoo, and like that would probably get copyright striked. Apparently my kazoo crashed someone's web browser. Oh dear. Oh yeah, Rel said it in the chat. And we're also down below 1 hour. So if you don't want to see the stream end within 1 hour, then donate more. If you do want to see it end in less than an hour, in less than 55 minutes, let's say, then you're out of luck unless you find a way to super chat negative money. But as far as I am aware, I don't think you can do... I hope you can't do that. Personally, I would prefer people not try to super chat negative amounts of money. Also, I wonder... interesting small discrepancy that I saw. Oh well. But yeah, last time I was doing one of these, I actually was doing... let me switch over to the to this. I was actually doing some stuff in C++. Things are very different because last time I was only just managing to get a square that had a texture on it. Now I have managed to do a lot more. Not only is there squares with textures on it, and I also need to work out certain things to do with that because, as it turns out, if you do... It turns out that there... If you draw a transparent thing, and I can probably show you what I mean when we go over here. Like if I go to this and try to draw this font. If you try and draw a transparent texture and then try to draw another transparent texture in the same place, if you've got depth testing enabled, then listen, now I have an extra minute. Thank you. That adds... I need to add the extra minute on top of that. So we're back over an hour. But yeah, so depth testing... So I really wish I had the drawing tablet here. So basically, depth testing, if you try to draw a triangle and there's been another triangle drawn closer to the camera or at the same position, then it will block out any triangles that try to draw themselves at that same position. Right? Very simple concept. So if you have... So essentially, what I have here is I have two lots of text that will be drawn at the same place, and if I try to draw that at the same place, then you see that it actually... It's really hard to see. Let me pull that down a little bit. And I just realized I need to switch things to my headphones. Let me switch things to my headphones. That's one thing that I did not do. But anyway, we can pull this down by, let's say, let's pull it down by 50 and pull this down by 50. All right. I don't know if that's too loud. Let me know if that is too loud. Actually, let me turn that... Wait, hold on. I have to turn that down on the other thing. Ah, there we go. So, as you can see, we have the high person, okay, and then behind what's seemingly behind it is okay, high person, G. And then we have high person but small bogue, let's see. Right, so essentially these triangles here, this high person, okay, is being drawn first, but we've got depth testing enabled, so anything that is drawn behind it, even if it's drawn behind something transparent, then it still is being drawn. And we can actually see this in action a bit better if we take this code for drawing the plane. So the plane is being drawn first, the plane that we see on screen, right? But if we put it here, then we will see that this is being drawn first. So order of which you are drawing things does matter sometimes. So this is going to... I actually don't know how this is going to work. I assume this is going to be drawn first and then it's going to block out the plane, but we will see. That's what I assume anyway. Will it... Oh yeah, we didn't reset. But aside from this being drawn weirdly, because, you know, let's go graphics dot shader reset, just to reset the shader to the default shader. What are you looking at? You are looking at alright, so now you see that these are actually all just rectangles, right? I did not want to open that. That's annoying how it opens. So why is there a plane and text? Alright, so this is a 3D model. I can... Did I? And the text that you see on that is over it is being drawn as squares that just reference a texture. Because that's one of the ways you can draw it. It's the cheapest way to draw text, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, this draws on top of it, and because we've got depth testing enabled, because it's drawn first, anything behind the triangle that it's drawing doesn't get rendered. But it looks like an airplane. That's because it is an airplane, and I don't. Oh. And as you can see, we've got like 3D stuff, and I can show you more of the airplane. But yeah, that is a bit of a problem when you... That is why I'd rather draw it last. So we're going to go Control Z. We're going to Control Z. There we go. And now it's drawn first. Alright, right. I got a £20 super chat from Craig McNeil saying, "Is this where I pay for my hookers and blow?" I think you're on the wrong side, but the £20 super chat is still appreciated, and that also, because it's an orange super chat, that adds six bonus minutes. So there we go. We're now at 1 hour and 20 minutes. But yeah, I think you have to go to OnlyFans for that, maybe. But you know, I suppose like maybe you might find a few people here that could do that for you, but I wouldn't count on it. Alrighty, where was I? Oh yes, so that is how Z testing works, and I should probably have like some function to, you know, get rid of the Z buffer, to discard the Z buffer. But that's what we'll do some stuff. Let's do some stuff. You do not volunteer. Yeah, it's a volunteer service, and if no one volunteers, then yeah, you know. I wasn't even touching my keyboard. My keyboard just crashed. I need a new I need a new keyboard that doesn't crash like every day. Sometimes, like, like it used to not be too bad. I could be playing Minecraft and would stay working the whole time. But no, apparently I'm not allowed to do that. I don't know why it keeps breaking. Let's just like put it down and tell it to stay. Wait, do I have? Okay, it is. But yeah, Craig McNeil says Google hot redheads near me. I don't think Google tells you that. I think generally you have to. I think unless you want ads for it, unless you want ads that will scam you. But you know, what was it? Oh yeah, I have to add 2 minutes to the thing. Let's add 2 minutes to the timer. Because, again, is this not your Chrome browser? Unfortunately, no. You probably want to... but you can open your Chrome browser if you just... I believe if you add another 0... you open your Chrome browser. Pretty sure that's how it works, right? And an extra 0 adds it and opens it in incognito, so nobody knows what you're searching. Arsenic1987 says, good to see you, Planner. And good to see you too, Arsenic. Gooey Duck Geoscience says, paying Planarwalk more money gives you the power to open browsers. True. Pay no attention to the icons on your desktop. Also true. Also true. But yeah, what do we want to do? Because I have all these functions, right? But we don't have a function for like some crucial things. Like one of the crucial things that we need a function for is maybe setting the alignment. So let's maybe do that, because text alignment is completely determined by how I set it. Where is it? It's completely determined by how I set it somewhere in this. Oh wait, it's in the header file. My bad. Header file. It's completely determined by this, which currently is set to center, but I'm going to set it to top and left, respectively. Oh yeah, we probably want to go here to actually... Yeah, so... what do we want to do? We want to go... H align set V align set but okay, so those two will be set. And what we also, if people want me to debunk something, by the way, and this is crucial. If people want to debunk something, no matter what it is, just send me a link. You can do that in the Discord server. Like if there's, as long as it's something that isn't gonna get my video demonetized. Can you as long as it doesn't get me taken off YouTube. There are certain things that I like. If you want me to debunk something to do with brainworms, then I'm not debunking that. And I think trans people will know the exact thing I'm talking about. At least people. I want West Side Girl reacts for $99 US says, I want more Steve McRae hate. That was great. Well, here's the thing. I am making one video on Steve McRae. And that will be it. Once I make that video on Steve McRae, I will not be talking about Steve McRae anymore. Funnily enough, Steve McRae has actually blocked me, probably because I did that stream. But once I do that video, I will not touch Steve McRae with a 10-foot pole, unless, he changes. But what are the odds of that happening? He's just being drawn more and more into the radicalization pipeline, and clearly does not want to discuss anything, even though I have given him the opportunity to discuss things. If he didn't want me talking to people that he didn't like, he should have just had a discussion with me. He refused discussion. There was one point where I asked him to have it for a debate, and he refused to have a debate. And I said about, later he refused to have any kind of meaningful discussion. Whenever I'd push him on something, he would say it doesn't matter, because that is where he is at. Any opposing viewpoint to him doesn't matter. He's basically a flat earther now. Arsenic1987 says, love having your voice in the background while I'm going to set up some kind of microcontroller to mess about with my old washing machine. Yeah, we're talking total self-destruct will be fun. That does sound fun. I was told that I could debunk this.
I'm LEP, and when you hear my name...
Let's do this. And we can turn it down during the ads. Because, hold on, I need to make sure that everything is actually showing. That's not showing up. Let's put this down here. Alright. Wait, how long is this? I do not know how long this is. Let's see. 16 minutes. Okay. So this is a video that I was sent to by Gooey Duck Geoscience. She sent that to me, and so we are going to take a look. It's about why evolutionary dating methods are a complete lie. So let's see.
How could there possibly be 44,000-year-old wood inside 45 million-year-old rock? One thing's for certain. At least one of those dating methods.
That's Michael Behe, isn't it? Have I gotten to the point where I'm, because I recognize the face. Have I gotten to the point where I can recognize these people just by looking at them? Like, obviously, like, if I see Kent Hovind, Matt Powell, Ken Ham, I know who those are. Maybe James Tour. I'm less familiar with James Tour. Sable Eagle says, I recognize that voice as Lying Wankstain immediately. Possibly, yeah. Like, I am, and because I've talked to, because I actually talked to Gooey Duck Geoscience about this, I know the argument. I know that they're not telling the truth.
This wasn't working. And of course, biblical creationists would say both. The dating game, it has some real problems these days. No, gentlemen, I'm not talking about the fact that apparently most women swipe left 90% of the time.
Yeah, that's probably because there's more guys on dating apps. Like seriously, like, I think dating apps just have more guys. So if you've got a dating app that is like 90% guys and 10% women are going to be like, oh yeah, I'll swipe left, because most of the guys that you do swipe right on are going to, you're going to get a message from them. That's just how it works. I don't think that's just as a smaller side,
Or that, ladies, many men have chosen to get passports and run off to foreign countries to find traditional women.
That honestly, that's weird. That is a bit weird. Like, you can't find anyone at home, so you go to another country, but in hopes that you'll be more well off in the dating game. Like, why not improve yourself? Genuinely, like, why not just take time to work out, okay, why don't people like me, and work on that? And I think that that is something that more people need to do. At least that's my opinion. More guys need to improve. Honestly, guys need to do a lot better than what they are doing, because, yeah. To the guys on the apps, just a self-reflection question. Ever tried the old way? It's not a dangerous thing. Actually, it's fun. I think the old way does work. Like, there are times when you'll meet someone and it'll work, but I think that one of the big problems that we've got nowadays is that trying the old way, there's not enough places that you can just go to where you are going to meet people. Right? And even then, sometimes these places will be highly, highly gendered, which, when you have things that are highly gendered, it does make it hostile towards people of the other gender, which, like, if you think about something like Magic the Gathering, right? The only people that go to Magic the Gathering are, like, either nerdy guys or lesbians. You are not going to meet a straight woman at a Magic the Gathering thing, because it is just so hostile towards straight women. And that is a big issue. And that is because a lot of times guys will see someone and it'll be like, I'm going to try and hit on that person, right? And, like, it should be a thing where you don't... And they'll do it in the most creepiest way sometimes. So, Gooey Duck Geoscience says, I have literally never met a straight girl Magic the Gathering fan. Exactly. But yeah, going to other countries to find women just shows that you don't have... shows that you don't have the skill to, get women. It's literally a skill issue. Davinia Robbins says, evening, morning all. Arsenic1987 says, are you such a person, by the way, hitting on someone you think you want? I try to, like, sometimes I will see someone and be like, oh, that person's hot, but I'll try and work out if they are interested in me first, because, like, oftentimes, like, if there is a connection there, if there is some kind of connection there, yeah, it does. If there's a connection there, then it's like, okay, let's see where it goes. But, like, oftentimes, I've met plenty of people and it's just like, oh yeah, there's no connection there. Either they might be hot, but, it's like, if there's no connection, it's not a good idea to try. You overanalyze. Oh yeah. I think, like, part of it is the fact that, like, there are so many times where you might hit on someone and like often gets taken the wrong way. Like generally, it comes down to two things, I think. Am I willing to be a friend with someone, like regardless of where things go? Because if that point does not get satisfied, then no point trying to get with that person. But if I am willing to be a friend with someone, then no matter where things go, then it's like, well, at the very least, like I'm getting to know someone as a friend, and if it becomes something more, then yeah, it becomes something more. That's just my thing, though.
Instead of dealing with Western feminism. No,
Western feminism is not the issue of your problems. Genuinely, like, it's not... Like, the problem is guys being creepy. Like, if guys weren't so creepy all the time, a lot of guys would have a better shot. You know, if there were less... If people didn't have to worry about, like, every guy hitting on them, then guys would be able to, you know, make friends with the other gender and see where that goes. You know? Arsic1987 says, why would you not want to be friends with a person? For me, it just, sometimes being friends with someone can take a lot of effort. Right, if, it requires for me, it requires putting a lot of effort into something, and if I'm not putting enough effort, then I don't feel like I'm being a proper friend. And, yeah. For me, that's, like, one of the core things of, friendships, and if I, like, let's say I have, like, 20 friendships, then I'm probably not going to be able to put enough effort into all of those friendships to make it feel like it counts as a friendship. So it's where you put... For me, it's where I put my effort into the most that counts. Well, not forced to, and a proper friend doesn't require that effort. Kinda. Like, when I talk about effort, like, part of effort is time, right? Like, let's say that... Like, let's say that you have 20 friends, right? And you hang out with, like, one a day, right? Then that requires you to hang out with one friend, like, let's say 30 friends to round it out. Then, if you want to hang out with each friend monthly, every day you have to hang out with a different friend. Now, obviously, you can combine two friends into one hanging out, but, like, sometimes, a lot of them might be busy on certain days. And I know a lot of people who just have days where they want to be alone. And, like, I have that as well. Like, sometimes I will just not be up to peopling. And I think that... I think that when it comes to hanging out with people, there is only a certain... there's only a certain amount of effort that I can put in, or time that I can invest before it starts being a toll. And so for me, it's balancing that. There might be some people that I hang out with very rarely, and there might be some people which I hang out with quite frequently. And it's one of those things of, if you are a person that I enjoy hanging out with, I'm going to hang out with you more. You know, and I think that's where it comes down to sort of the thing. Like, if I want to get in, like, if there is someone that I'd like to be in a relationship with, that is someone who I'd like to hang out with more. And if they don't, like, crack that, oh, I want to hang out with this person a lot, then, like, if it's only, like, a thing where I can be like, oh, I only want to hang out with this person once a month, then I don't think I'll really want to be in a relationship with that person. You know, I think that I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair thing. Like if I don't feel like I want to hang out with someone, like let's say every week while I'm not in a relationship with them, why would I want to be in a relationship with them as well? And I think that's where my kind of thing comes up. Like, am I willing to put in effort? And does this person actually show signs that they are interested in me? Is also another thing, because if they don't show any signs that they're interested in me, then why would I? You know, like it's not really worth putting a lot of effort into that. Obviously, sometimes signs can be hard, and some people don't like to show that they're interested in someone. But you know, that's just the nature of how things go. And also, there's a lot of different aspects to it, and it takes time to work. I've certainly worked out a lot of those aspects over time. Yeah. I just got a message. I'm going to do. So I'm going to miss it. Unfortunately, I do sometimes have to type things out and can't just be like blah 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 blah. Or yeah, I can't be like blah 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 because the person's not watching, or the person is. Oh, I'm also eating my garlic bread. Anyway, yeah, we can go ba 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 ba. Preston just asked until when. Even worse, they string you along. Oh yeah, that can suck when you're getting stringed along. And that can happen in or out of relationships too. Like you can be strung along in relationships by people that it's like, okay, this person may be thinking, like let's say someone is like. Let's say someone is wanting to get a job in a place that you can't move to. Like, let's say they're wanting to move to Australia. This is not referencing anything in particular, I'm just saying. And you can't afford to move. Like, let's say they want to move to Sydney, which I've heard is an expensive place. You can't afford to move to Sydney. And so they kind of string you along, not telling you about that plan. And then it's like, it gets to that and it's like, okay, well, they've got to move to Sydney, and you're stuck in a sort of situation where you can't like make it work. All right, have fun. I eat it. Bjorn Hartmeyer says, is there a better bread than garlic bread? I don't know. I've had some nice breads, but I can't remember any of the nice bread. Like garlic bread is a pretty solid bread. Maybe cheesy garlic bread is better. But yeah, it really depends. Unless you're a vampire. Oh yeah. I eated a fantastic steak earlier. Look, I prefer steak to not be real steak. Oh yeah, you don't like garlic though, so... Gooey Duck Geoscience. If you don't like garlic, how are you going to like garlic bread? Like, look. Fairy bread is pretty solid though. Same with like cinnamon rolls would be bread, right? Oh, you know what's funny? Like, okay, asexual people love garlic bread, but like, as far as I'm aware, they are not the people that want to get bread. And that, you know, it's also funny. Yeah, that is true. Hello, everyone, and hello to you are Victoria. Am I Victoria? I'm not Victoria. That's a false statement. Anyway, what are we going on about here?
I'm talking about those dating methods that you often hear referenced in support of the story of evolution that have supposedly disproven the biblical timeline. Now, biblical creationists have long pointed out the many problems with the unprovable assumptions behind these techniques, like carbon-14 and other radioisotope dating methods, which were actually developed long after the idea of millions of years had been accepted as fact by evolutionists.
I mean, it's one of those... Okay, firstly, when it comes to radiocarbon dating, firstly, we know that it has limits to it. But also, it's one of those things where, when it comes to the idea of millions of years, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, but that's this time scale that we would be working on if it was, if things evolutionarily evolved, right? Do you expect things to evolutionarily evolve in like 6,000 years? No, you expect it to evolutionarily evolve over millions of years, because that's the time scale in which things can evolve like that. It's not on a time scale of millions of years, which, you know, again, that makes sense. Why they might come up with that idea before they come up with ideas like things evolving over like very short time. Or yeah, they come up with like that. Oh, where's my brain at? If I had not had enough. Didn't you know that photons are really fast? I do. But yeah, it's one of those things where you would come up with that idea because you know that makes a lot of sense, and then it's like, okay, well, is there supporting evidence? And then we come up with things that I mean, that's scientific method. It's coming up with a hypothesis, then testing the hypothesis. If you come up with a hypothesis of, the Earth is millions of years old, or billions of years old. How do we test this? Okay, let's look at different radioisotopes, like carbon-14. Oh, we find that that things can go much older than what they can test for. Okay, let's check uranium, or I forget the other ones, or lead or whatever. And we test that, and it's like, oh, that actually matches the timescales that we expect to have. Oh yeah, potassium argon dating. That's an important one, isn't it?
Primarily because of the rock layers seen around the world. And of course, we've dealt with the...
Oh yeah, and that would be another point of evidence for it as well. Because it's like, okay, well, we see like that these things are probably, you know, the things that are further down, probably older. But yeah.
Many problems concerning their interpretation of those rock layers before. However, despite what the average person thinks about these methods because of the way they're often presented, Expert geologists and archaeologists that believe in long ages and understand the limitations of those methods don't count on them exclusively as a way of supposedly determining the age of something.
Oh yeah, like you wouldn't. Like you look at multiple things, right? I think one of the best things used is like there's quite often I think you look at I think it's like isometric dating or something, but the simple idea is you look to see if all the different isotopes in something are consistent with each other. So if the isotopes are all consistent, then you know that okay, we've got an age. But if the isotopes are not consistent with each other, then you know that there has been some kind of contamination, and you want everything to be consistent, because that can give you an accurate age of whatever it is that you're looking at. But then there can also be like, okay, how like if you want to get the age of something, it's also good to know where it's from, because that can tell you, okay, what are different compositions like in that area. There are all kinds of things that you can look at to go, okay, this is probably the age of this, like, because it's like diagnosing medical conditions, right? If you want to like, you're not gonna like just look at the list of symptoms and go, oh, this is the medical condition you're dealing with, because there are other things that could potentially have that. You're going to do different tests, and you don't want to do all the tests. You're not going to do an MRI every time someone comes into the hospital with a fever. Is when you do the MRI when you need to, not every time, because, you know, if you were to do an MRI on everyone, then that would be expensive, and it probably wouldn't help people's health.
And how can you know that? Well, here are a couple of quotations, one from a book on Egyptian archaeology, another from an associate.
Yeah, but Egyptian archaeology is archaeology. That's archaeology, my dude! Do you think that archaeologists are going to be dating like things in the same way geologists do? No. Yes, you are going to maybe use radiocarbon dating, but you're also going to use other aspects that will help you figure out, like, especially if you want to get a tighter timescale of when this was. We're not talking about like we're not talking about like the fossil record.
Professor of geology, and then a quote from a general book on geology, respectively.
Those are different fields.
That should help put this in perspective. If a C14 date supports our theories, we put it in the main text. If it does not entirely contradict them, we put it in a footnote. And if it's completely out of date, we just drop it.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, has this been contaminated, right? Has this, and sometimes it might be that, now I don't know what the context is, because, you know, I threw out the, like, bad blueberries that I got. I was gonna, like, but I don't have any cherries. Maybe I should have gotten some cherries, because then I'd just pick out a cherry as a, like, symbolism. But yeah, it's basically cherry picking. It's like, okay, what is the context of this quote? What do they, like, they drop it, but what does that mean? It might be that, yeah, the person who wrote that book is a pseudoscientist. Possibly. But I don't know.
In general, dates in the correct ballpark are assumed to be correct and are published, but those in disagreement with other data are seldom published, nor are the discrepancies fully explained.
I mean, that makes a bit of sense, because it's like, okay, you're not in the correct ballpark. Okay, what's going on? Like, if I tried to publish something and I just put in the date of, like, let's say it was a dinosaur fossil, and it was like from 5,000. I said that it was from 5,000 years ago. They'd be like, okay, how do you get that date? Why this doesn't make any sense? And all that kind of stuff. And it would be one of those things where it could just not get published. Guidac Geoscience says C14 calibration curves do weird things thanks to volcanism. So it's perfectly valid to discard a single C14 date because you need to get because you can get multiple dates for the same point and need to cross-reference it with other techniques. Yeah. Oh, the page crashed. But yeah, that is an important point. Like, it's not. It would be like if we. It would be like if you had. It'd be like if you were at a scene of the like if the crime took place, and you took a fingerprint reading, and there was other evidence, and you look at all the other evidence, but the fingerprint reading that you get is off, and it's like, okay, well, why is this? And you just go, oh well. You know, we got to trust the fingerprint reading because the fingerprints, you know, they don't lie. And it's like, well, there's other there was hair found on the body. There was like other DNA evidence linking it to this other person, and this other person has a motive. What would the fingerprint from the police officer? You know, it's like the police officer did it because we found his fingerprints. It's like, do you think maybe the police officer got the fingerprint, accidentally left his fingerprints when he was like touching something that maybe he shouldn't have? Also, they are not referencing an actual scientific paper, but a book on archaeology. It isn't written to explain the science behind dating methods, but to give a general idea of dating, unlike an actual paper in archaeology. Yeah, exactly. If you want to look... And I suppose you could say, oh, but, you know, these other papers aren't published. And it's like, okay, why don't you ask the authors of why... You know, ask the authors of these things, or the people who peer-reviewed it.
If the laboratory results contradict the field evidence, the geologist assumes that there's something wrong with the machine date. To put it another way, good dates are those that agree with the field data.
Yeah, this is a point. Like, you have to have multiple things. Again, there can be contamination. There could be some other... There can be many issues if you just try and use one thing. There's always going to be... It's a thing of cross-referencing it. If it's like, okay, this... because it would be like if you... Again, it's the murder scene thing. If you want to... If the fingerprints don't agree with all the other data, it's like, okay, maybe it's the fingerprints that are wrong. Most likely.
Fossils in the strata. Now, when you think about it, it's extremely obvious from just these three examples that in many cases, radiometric dating isn't the primary method being used to determine the age of whatever sample is being tested. For example...
Well, it's more not the only method. Like, again, radiometric... I think a good example of this is like when you get, like... I think it's called isometric dating. I could be wrong. But like, I think it's isometric dating where if you have a sample and that sample is, let's say, you have a sample and maybe that sample is let's say 50 million years old, and you do a potassium argon dating, that gets 50 million years old. But then like uranium dating, like maybe that gives 80 million years old. And it's like, okay. And then you then like another dating method gives 100 million years old. And it's like, okay, maybe there's something wrong with, maybe there's some contamination here. Again, that is something that does happen. And so I think radiometric dating is probably the most prone dating method to contamination that you have.
In the first case, we see the statement, if a C14 date supports our theories. And then the quotation proceeds to describe whether the date was correct, compatible, or corrupt. And from there, they...
Yeah, well, you do have... It's one of those things where it's expected. You know, and it's like, okay, if this is... Like, if everything was, like, always... Like, if... Let's say every time you tried to get a date, it always came up wrong with the radiometric dating. Then there would be, then it'd be like, okay, maybe there's something wrong with our theories, but it's like far and few between, as far as I know. It's radiometric dating gives us a good idea. And it's generally extra confirmation that our ideas are correct. It's not just throwing everything out every time we get a wrong date, and it's generally correct. But there are some things that can be confounding, right? You don't just assume that. You can't just assume that the radiometric dating is always going to be correct. That's why you cross-reference it with other things to make sure that it's in the right ballpark. If it's not in the right ballpark, then there's probably something with the radiometric dating, because that is probably the method that is most likely to be incorrect, unless you've done something wrong when it comes to the other methods. But that's less likely to be incorrect. But that's what peer review is for. If it's like, we drilled down such and such and we found, and like it turned out that you only drilled down less than that, then, you know. But yeah, let's continue.
Either put it in the main text, footnote it, or drop it completely. Which means they must have already determined how old they think it is, and the radiometric date won't dissuade them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known whether the date was good, bad, or ugly, so to speak, to begin with.
Well, it's one of those things where it is good to have extra validation, right? If I take a sample, and yeah, if I take a sample, then and sometimes it can you can also narrow things down by getting another date. But if the date is wildly out of whack, then it might be that there's contamination. Again, like, contamination is a big issue with anything, really. Like, if there are people that do worry about... I think there was actually... now I think about it, there was actually a problem when it came to, like, one of the ingredients for, like, nuclear warheads, and they realized that they weren't actually getting the right, any of the right dates. Not right dates. It just wasn't working. And it's like, okay, why is this not working? Why is this ingredient that we need? Why does it not work? And it turned out that the original ingredient had contamination, and they were doing things all squeaky clean. And so they had to actually de-squeaky cleanify the things that they were doing. And Jason for $20 reduce says, more planner. And let me add because that is a orange, we get an extra 6 minutes on top of the amount that it adds. So let's add the 6 minutes. Right, there we go. Thank Thank you, Jason. Let me make sure that I am hearting all the super chats. But yeah, I just don't think that the creationists that are saying things here know what they're talking about, because they have not worked on the, like, if you work on the field, then you probably do know what you're talking about. They wouldn't have had
anything to compare the calculated dates to. This type of choose.
Yes, they do. It's the other data that they've gathered. They gather data and go, what is the date here of this? And then they have other methods which can validate that. Maybe some of the other methods come up way out of whack, and it's like, okay, like if point A, point B, and point C all agree, and then point D doesn't, then point D is not the point. You don't pay attention to point D, you pay attention to points A, B, and C, right? Like if point, and the same goes for if point A, C, and D agree, but point B is completely out of whack. You go, okay, well, point B is completely out of whack, but point A, C, and D, they all agree with each other. So those are the ones that you pay attention to. You pay attention to the things that agree, not the things that completely disagree with each other. That's how science works.
Your own adventure reporting isn't science in its truest form. It's actually just cherry picking your data.
Just like how you cherry picked those quotes that you used. And we're just gonna brush over that, are we?
Now, despite the average person often assuming these dating methods are absolute, most people have no clue how they actually work.
I mean, there are various dating methods that can give more accurate things depending on how you do it. Again, there's a lot of things that you have to, and also it does depend on like where you find something, like or the Gooey Duck Geoscience says, "My God, we always use other methods like biostratigraphy, pollen, historical records of recent, charcoal horizons of modern, tetra 210. I don't know what PP. That's lead, right? 210 lead. I can't remember what lead is, etc. Yeah, it's you can't. Like it's, again, if A, B, and C agree and D disagrees, then it's A, B. You go with A, B, and C. If A, C, and D agree and point B disagrees, then you go with A, C, and D because those agree. They are probably the most reliable. It's the things that agree with each other that you want to use. And it's obviously a good idea to get more things that agree with each other. That's why we just don't pick, it would be like, let's say you choose biostratigraphy and pollen, right? You just decide, okay, going to use those two, and they agree with each other, right? But then you might be tempted to go, well, those two agree with each other, we're not going to try anything else, right? But it might be a good idea to actually look at other things to just build a bigger picture, or a better picture, right? You might use the I said that as tetra, didn't I? You might use tephra and 210 lead, and that builds the picture rather than and maybe they completely disagree, but maybe they also agree with each other. But then that would get interesting. You've got two completely different values that agree, and it's. I think a good way of putting it here is the idea of an outlier. If you've got several different data points that agree with each other, and you've got one data point that is out of whack, that is what we call an outlier. Outliers can be disregarded. It's like the trans. there was like a trans polyamory thing saying that the average trans person has 5 partners, and it's like this is statistically untrue. One of these people is such and such from San Francisco who has 100,000 partners in a spreadsheet, and that person can be disregarded. That throws off the results. You throw out outliers. That isn't that the thing that statistics do? It's like, oh, you have an outlier. Outliers need to be thrown out. They're generally not considered an accurate thing, and generally are considered to make things even more inaccurate the more out of whack they are. Everything will turn to lead given enough time. Maybe. I thought it was something.
And many assume that these methods somehow measure time itself. But this isn't so. These types of dating methods are based on measuring certain elements that decay over time.
Yeah, over time. It's called a proxy. You don't measure, you can't just go and be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to, pardon me. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to measure something that, I'm going to somehow measure the actual amount of time that this thing has been in the ground for. Let me grab my time machine. No, we are going to, what we are going to do is we are going to measure a proxy that tells us, okay, how much time is this likely spent in the ground?
Not time itself. And to explain the principles upon which all radiometric dating methods work, before we get into more detail, I'm going to use an analogy of a burning candle to help us understand this better. Let's say we light a 10-inch candle to record how long it takes to burn down, its decay rate. And let's say that the candle burns away at 1 inch per hour. After 3 hours, the candle's only 7 inches tall, etc. Now, if we then walk into a room that we've never been in before and see a lit candle that's 5 inches high, we might logically conclude, based on our previous research, that the candle had been burning for 5 hours. After all, we measured the decay rate of the candle at 1 inch per hour, and the candle was 10 inches tall to start, so it's a simple case of arithmetic. How could anyone not see how easy it is to tell how much time has passed?
I know where this is going, by the way. I'm going to let it go on because, I know exactly. I've been thinking about it as I've been watching. I'm like, I know exactly how we're gonna. We're going to expand the. God damn, that keeps on coming out. We are going to expand the analogy
based on the carefully measured data we'd collected earlier.
Oh.
But if we weren't there to see the candle lit, this conclusion, of course, would be.
You don't have to see the candle lit. There's inferences that you can. Oh, is that going to be the whole thing? Oh, you weren't there when it was lit. You weren't there when they wrote the Bible, were you? You don't know. You weren't there when they wrote the Bible. How do you know that the historicity of the Bible is even accurate? How do you know that they just didn't put things in there? How do you know that they just didn't make shit up? They could have done that. You weren't there. You don't know. Yet you take the Bible as being true. If you immediately know the candlelight is fire, then the meal was cooked a long time ago. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, Rob's side, but maybe.
Assuming several unprovable things. For example, we don't know that the candle wasn't lit, snuffed out, and then relit sometimes later. Maybe just a few minutes before we walked in.
And that could be, that could be true. But we're gonna. that is like probably the. But like if there's a security camera, then you could maybe. But then you could also measure other things like the heat of. If you want to, like, let's say, go, okay, was this... Because one of the things is... Oh, that's an alarm that I don't use anymore. Why do I still have it? But, like, if you lit a candle, so someone lit a candle and then relit it just before walking in, then there can be some evidence that could lead you to assume that. In fact, I have a. Let me grab my candle because I have a candle, right? Now, when it comes to this, candle. You can kind of tell that this has... You can kind of tell that I have lit this candle a few times. Let me... Hold on. So difficult to light a candle. Ow. Why is it so damn... Okay, hold on. Ow, fuck. Alright, so I've lit this candle. And one of the things about it is you can kind of tell by looking at it that if I show you this, let me switch over to this thing. You can kind of tell a little bit that it's not the first time that this has been lit, and you can kind of tell that based on it, it's been lit a few times, right? That's just how things work. And let me put this here for a bit. We are going to blow that out before it is done. Anyway, but you can kind of tell like certain things about it based on how it looks. You can, like, if you were to be like, oh well, it's burnt down a lot, but you can see that this kind of, there is a puddle of wax. There's melted wax, and if the melted wax doesn't match how much you'd expect the melted wax to match, we can work out that it's been lit rather recently. But also, as Gooey Duck Geoscience pointed out, you cannot pause and unpause radiometric dating. That would be weird if you could. And if you could pause and unpause it, what would the implications of that be? That the Earth is... The implications of that would be that the Earth is actually older than what we've measured.
We don't know that the environment was the same as the one we made our calculation in either. For example, maybe the window was open in this room, and the wind caused the candle to burn at a faster rate than the environment we measured in, where the windows were sealed.
Yeah, but like, we can look at that. We can... Okay, firstly, what environment do decay rates change under? Like, genuinely, what environments do decay... Like, if we're going to make this an analogy, what environments do decay rates change under? But we can also, if there is an environment which decay rates do change under, we can look at to see what type of environment it is in, and see, oh, well, we know that we could measure that maybe this environment leads to a separate or a different decay rate. But what environments do decay rates change under? You need to know about that before you make it, because you can make certain assumptions, right? I sure hope plutonium suddenly starts to... You sure don't hope plutonium suddenly starts decaying faster on its own. An environment with a dude who walks inside the rocks to blow out the decaying atoms and relight them. Yes, that changes everything, doesn't it? But yeah, like there are maybe some environments, but we can look at those environments and go, like, I'm pretty sure there might be, like, question. This is maybe a very silly question, but like, if we make something go critical, does that make it decay faster? Does making something go critical make it decay faster? Does that change the decay rate, or is that something completely different? Because I genuinely do not know this. I am a little stupid sometimes. Because it's a neutron. But if a neutron is hitting something, that could be a different thing to it just decaying. You know nothing about physics? Okay. Anyway. But yeah, like, we can check if there is a window open. We can check to see if there's a window open. We collect multiple pieces of data.
We don't even know that this candle wasn't 20 inches tall when it started.
About that. And this is one of the... Because I knew that was going to come up. How do we know how tall it was? Okay, well, you can measure things. Like for example, this candle here. We're going to use this candle as an analogy. We know we can look at something to where there's actually a few clues as to where it started. You know, you might... If you want to make the assumption that it was actually this tall and, bulging out of the cup, then it's like, okay, but there's a line here. There's actually a line on the cup that kind of shows us where it started, right? We can look at these things. We don't have to just go, oh, well, we don't know the answer. We can gain understandings of other things by looking at multiple pieces of data. A lot of creationists act like you cannot do that when it is very possible to do stuff like that. It's like taking a picture, right? And then trying to use that picture as evidence for whatever you're saying, without and then another person takes a different picture. But along with that picture, they collected different data points to support what their picture says, and their picture contradicts yours. And you're going, this could be to do with a flat earther. Flat earther takes a picture and it shows, oh, we see too far. And then another globe earther takes a picture and it shows things obscured by the horizon, but they also take measurements of like air temperature, all that kind of stuff too, and all, They take other measurements, but if a flat earther only focuses on the picture, then the flat earther might be convinced that, oh, well, the picture actually doesn't say what they're saying. How do you know this? How do you know this? And it's like, well, we took measurements of it. How do you know it's not just perspective? Well, we took measurements. We did calculations. And to act like it's all just, oh, well, how do you know this? Like, how do you know that your Bible is true? Like, if you're trying to convince me of creationism, what do you have that supports that? You don't have anything that supports that.
Our 5-hour guess, although logically concluded, would have assumed to know 3 specific things.
Yeah. Also, if we see more candles nearby and those candles are 10 inches tall, then we would be able to assume that it's probably the same candle. Pixel Skills says, I just broke my phone screen. LOL. My phone screen has been broken for nearly 3 years at this point. I've had this phone for close to 3 years, and the phone screen has been broken for like the same amount of time. Criticality is faster K in the same way that rusting iron is burning really slow. Okay. I think that makes sense. Like, it's technically different, but also kind of maybe the same thing. I think. Like, it does similar stuff. But by the sounds of it. Someone messaged me about keeping vampires away. Oh, not messaged me, commented about keeping vampires away. Just so you know, the garlic bread thing, don't stop having garlic bread, but garlic bread thing doesn't actually keep vampires away. It's actually good seasoning. They really like it. Don't ask me how I know that. Your phone screen doesn't need to work for the apps to work, so getting a new one is just throwing away something that works. Yeah, like this works. I should probably make sure that I have enough money to get a new one when I do need a new one, because like this is old. Rusting is a chemical reaction where Fe becomes Fe2O2 in H2O. Yeah, you see, I don't think burning adds any water to it. I don't think that's how it works. Also, we're under an hour now. So unless, again, I keep on mentioning this, if you want to see the stream go for longer than an hour, you have to... That's how the stream goes for longer. Is each euro adds 1 minute to the timer. Add more with higher tier super chats. I need to be clear on this. I need to be 100% clear. Otherwise, actually, do I want to be clear? I don't want to be transparent. I want to be opaque. But let me be clearly opaque. When it comes to when it says 1 extra minute, that is on top of the euro amount. So green add if you donate, let's say €5, and that's a green super chat, that actually adds 6 minutes. Yellow, if it were like yellow, let's say you donated €10, that would be 12 minutes. Orange, let's say it was €20, that would be 26. Pink, I think, is 50, maybe. I'm just going off what it is for New Zealand. But that would add 20 extra minutes, and red would add 50 extra minutes. So red, I know, like in New Zealand, you can buy a red super chat with like $100. That would add 150 minutes. That's not the only amount. That's why I put the word extra in there. It's like extra and on top of what you're getting. This is trying to make anti-edging technology so people just don't donate the tiniest amount every time I get to like thing. Guidak Geoscience for £5 says, okay, have this. I gotta go, so hope you have a good stream. Thank you. Why did that come through in pounds? Why did that come through as pounds? I know where you live. I know exactly where you live, actually. So why did that come through as pounds? Oh, that's strange. Maybe it was like through PayPal or something, and PayPal is like, oh, pound. I know you know I've made you pizza. Yeah, there are sometimes, occasionally in chat, there will be people that I've met in real life. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to bring up like that so that I can like heart the super chat. That's right. All right, here we go. let's continue on.
1, the starting amount of the substance, 10 inches tall. 2, the original conditions, no open windows, etc. And 3, that the decay rate was constant, 1 inch per hour throughout the entire life.
Funnily enough, we know that the decay rate isn't constant. We know that like a half-life, the half-life is constant, as far as we can tell, but like we know, I guess that's the point that they're trying to make. How do you know that the half-life is always constant? It's like, you have... Okay, without a mechanism or some supporting evidence that there is a discrepancy in something, you can't just assert, this is... Like, the way we do things in science is we assume a sort of uniformity, I think is the thing, is assumed, right? And that can be reasonably assumed. Without it, everything falls apart, right? We don't, like, literally everything falls apart. Like, if you assume that, this isn't going to be uniform, like, your computer isn't always going to calculate, if computers didn't always calculate things in the same way, then CPUs would fall apart, right? We have to assume, the principle of uniformitarianism. We have to assume that things will stay the same. Now, if there's evidence that things have changed, then we look for that evidence. But you have to present that evidence. You don't just get to say, but what if things have changed? Because, what if things have changed? But what's the evidence that things have changed? You can't just... we assume that things are constant until provided with evidence that they have changed. It's kind of like... if we want to say that a light... let's say that we walk into an... Let's say that your doctor says, are you getting enough, it'd be like going to your doctor, and the doctor says, are you getting enough sunlight? And let's say you know that you get, like, maybe an hour of sunlight a day at the same time. And the doctor is like, but, like, what if the sunlight amount that is hitting you has changed? And it's like, okay, maybe seasons, but, like... Maybe you adjust for seasons. Maybe you adjust for seasons, right? Then the doctor says, no. Over the years, like maybe you're getting 50% less sunlight because the sun is 50% less brighter. Now that's a wild assumption to make, but the way that but to be able to make that assumption, you have to actually go out and test that assumption. You have to say, the sun is 50% less brighter this year than it was last year. You don't get to just assert things and then go, okay, well, I guess we don't know anything. Because again, like, how do we know that one day words weren't just, how do you know that the Bible was actually written and it's just not a collection of random words, right? There's evidence that it was written by people. Again, how do you know that the people weren't lying? You've got a lot of assumptions about the Bible. How do you know that, and you might say, God told me. Well, how do you know that God that you're hearing in your head isn't just you? There's a lot of assumptions that people make about certain things that, there's a lot of assumptions that people make about things. And you are no different. We have to make assumptions because if you don't make assumptions, you need to make assumptions. If you don't make assumptions, then you have no footing to stand on whatsoever. You cannot know everything for certain. There has to be assumptions baked into everything that you do, regardless of what it is that you are doing. All right, let's continue on.
Of the candle. And although analogous, this method of assuming the age of something by knowing the current decay rate of a certain element and measuring the amount of that element within a given sample is how all these radiometric dating methods work. Now, one can simply assert that we shouldn't question the assumptions behind these data.
You don't have to assert that you shouldn't question the assumptions. Like, everything is up for question, but it's the evidence.
Dating methods and take them at face value. However, there's good reason not to trust them blindly.
but like they, it's like, okay, well, you need to have evidence. Are you going to present any evidence that because, yeah, actually scientists don't trust them blindly because they cross-reference them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Namely, because they can often give impossible results. And how can this be?
Results?
Well, let me explain a little bit more about C14 dating. Firstly, I've found that many people are surprised to learn that carbon dating does not generally work directly on sedimentary, that's fossil-bearing, rocks.
Yeah, because it's not the method that is used for those rocks. It's like, did you know that, did you know that Doom doesn't run on, did you know that Doom doesn't run on my old PC? It's like, what do you mean? Like, Doom, so therefore Doom can't be run on anything? It's like, okay, when's your PC from? And it's like, oh, my PC's from the year 2000. It's like, well, you should be able to run Doom on that. Like, Doom can pretty much run on anything now, and they're, like, insistent. And then you find out that they're trying to run Doom 2016 on that PC, and it's like, oh, well, of course, because you're not running the right Doom. We're talking about the older version of Doom, not the new version of Doom. You know, like that is the point. Arsenic for 5, not 5 Nokias, 50 Nokias. Says, I hate anti-science, and I love you. Thank you. I very much dislike anti-science too. Hate is a strong word, but I do very much dislike anti-science. They say it another minute in. Anyway, where was I? Norwegian kroners. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like saying, oh, well, Doom can't run on my refrigerator, and it's like, what do you mean? Did you get everything set up right? And they're like, yeah, of course. Like, I even followed a YouTube tutorial and everything. It's like, show me. And it's like, you find out that the file is for Doom 2016. And it's like, of course, you're trying to run... That's not what we're talking about when we say that we're trying to run Doom. You know, that you need... that's the problem with using radiocarbon dating, is that they go, oh, well, radiocarbon dating is completely unreliable because it doesn't actually measure those things. It's like, yeah, of course, we know. We don't use radiocarbon dating. We use we use other radiometric dating. Like, we use potassium, argon, lead. Potassium, argon, lead, I think uranium is the other one. It's also like saying Doom can't run on my fridge, so it cannot possibly ever be run. Doom is fake. Yeah, exactly.
Carbon dating only works on things that were once alive, while the other radiometric dating methods can generally only be used on igneous, once molten rocks. More on those later. When creatures are...
They're like warned that later, and you can't see the... Sorry, my bad. Thank you for letting me know. Let me put some glasses on. Let me be a cool cat. Put some glasses on. Why is my ear not working? There we go. There we go. I like these glasses. They're cool. Anyway, let me do this. There we go. Now you can see the video.
They're alive. They absorb C14. However, once an organism dies, radiocarbon slowly decays to nitrogen-14 without being replenished. So the ratio of carbon-14 atoms to regular carbon atoms will decrease over time. Now, if you know the decay rate and the amount of carbon-14 and the...
Are they going to talk about the like they're going to talk about like general things in the atmosphere, aren't they?
Number of nitrogen-14 atoms in a sample, you can then attempt to determine its age. The rate of this decay is what geologists attempt to determine and use to date samples containing C14, using the assumptions mentioned previously. And any organic material thought of as older than 100,000 years should contain no significant amount of C14 because the carbon should have decayed away by then. But this has been shown false according to the evolutionary timeline on several occasions, as C14 has been detected in samples thought to have been millions of years old, hence the impossible results I mentioned.
Again, like you can get contamination. This is why we don't rely on that is why we don't rely on these things, right? Because you can get contaminated results. And I believe there's some other things that can go on with these things. Like if we say, and that's why we don't say, oh, well, if one small thing comes up false, then we throw everything out. No, it has to be everything coming up as false.
Mentioned earlier. For example, dates of around 20,000 years have been given to wood samples from the Marlstone rock bed in southern England, but they're found in layers thought to be 189 million years old. And diamonds, thought to be 1 to 3 billion years old by evolutionists, have given C14 results 10 times over the...
What are they? I just realized I said the wrong thing here. Oops. I was in the wrong... Because that's in the... I want to put things in the publics section. There we go. But what were you yapping about? You said something about...
Thought to be 1 to 3 billion years old by evolutionists, have given C14 results 10 times over the detection limit, where there should be none if that vast time span were to be true.
Diamonds are very common, you say? Yeah, well, with diamonds, I don't know what the case is with diamonds, but it can also be a case... Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure what the case is with diamonds, but maybe diamonds are more prone... I mean, aren't diamonds, like, heavily pressurized? Maybe there is something... Like, maybe there is something that... maybe the conditions of... To use their own thing, maybe the conditions of diamonds cause them to decay at a slower rate, if he wants to pull that one. De Beers owns all the mines. Oh yeah, I know about that. So maybe the C14 in diamonds just decays at a slow rate or something, you know? If we want to pull that one. But again, like contamination. How do we know that they haven't been contaminated? Yeah, diamonds are vomited up from the intermantle. Yeah. Diamonds were made under not just great pressure, but extreme heat, which causes a change in decay rates. Oh, yeah. I'm not thinking so much maybe the decay rate, but maybe the initial sample could have more of a... Also, this is getting annoying to wear, sorry. I'm going to take them off. Maybe the initial sample has a different amount of C14 in it, which, gives us different rates. Because, again, if they're coming from a different place, a lot of the assumptions about the way we get carbon into, like, organisms, like, let's say, plants, it comes from knowing how they get the carbon. Right, we know that it gets carbon from the atmosphere, from things like that, and that can cause a lower amount of things like C14. But if you get carbon from a different place where there's different ratios of C14, then not necessarily the atmosphere, then that is going to give you a different amount of... You're going to have a different starting amount, right?
As a matter of fact, just between 1984 and 1998 alone, scientific literature reported C14 in 70 samples that come from fossils, coal, oil.
Yeah, 7. I guess we because we found C14 in 70 samples, the millions of samples that have been taken all have to be thrown out. The dates that we got from them all have to be thrown out. Do you know how many samples are taken, my guy? Do you know how many samples scientists have taken over the years? I can tell you that it's a lot more than 70. Like, every year, I can guarantee you that a lot more than 70 samples are taken. I fucking guarantee you that.
Natural gas, and marble, representing the fossil-bearing portion of the geologic record, supposedly spanning more than 500 million years. Now, evolutionists can try to explain this away as due to contamination, for example.
Yeah, that's something that I've been talking about. Contamination is an important thing that you do need to consider. But yeah, like... It's one of those things where it is important. Like, if you don't have uncontaminated thing, if your samples get contaminated, then that is a big problem. You cannot. But it's also you have to consider other aspects. Like, the problem is if you just take a sample from something and don't consider any of the other aspects of it, then it's like, okay, well. And I think this is what creationists often try to do, is they try to take a sample of something and then don't consider anything else aside from the sample. And it's like, okay, well, is that the only thing that we have to consider? No, we have to consider other things too.
But due to the numerous examples known, that would only lend support to the fact that we should be very suspicious of any dates given by C14 dating.
Well, that's why we cross-reference. It's like, again, it's like if you were to say, the fingerprints don't match everything else, so therefore we have to throw all fingerprints out. No, just because the fingerprints don't match, because maybe there was contamination by a police officer, then we don't throw all fingerprints evidence out. We cross-reference fingerprints with other things. Like, if the fingerprints match, like, maybe DNA record from the hair, then the hair that we find at the scene, then okay, that can build a picture. But if it turns out that the fingerprints don't match anything and it's a police officer's fingerprints, then it's like, okay, well, clearly there was some contamination there, right?
One has to ask, if contamination is possible in so many instances, should C14 dating be trusted for anything? And one question...
Well, again... Oh, this is so annoying because I've already addressed this point several times. This is the problem with reacting to things live. It's like they just continue on with the same point for ages, and it's like... Yeah, but I've already addressed that point. Usually they continue on with the same point for ages, and this is probably why I feel like watching a video when someone is debunking it is less convincing. Like, the original... it makes the original video less convincing, because the original video will often say the same thing in multiple different ways to try and make the same point, to make it seem as, a lot of times I can cut the videos down by 50% or more, right? In fact, that very often happens, where I will cut down the video by, let's say, 50% or more, and it will be like, oh, well, You know, also I should probably message FTFE because I think it's midnight. Also, again, I was going to say a hoi hoi. Again, we're nearly down to 40 minutes, so if you don't want the stream to end in 40 minutes, then you can send a super chat. Unfortunately, if it is 11:05 like Davinia Robbins says, that doesn't make sense. Because like I did a stream with FTFE a few weeks ago. Maybe time zones can be really confusing. I don't know why daylight savings would. I don't know. Oh yeah, pink tier is like basically pink tier is for when I was getting the thing set up. It's like $50 or something. Bjorn Hartmeyer says, I don't want the stream to end, but I'm broke until Tuesday, so someone has to make it last till then. Yeah, that would be fun if it lasted till Tuesday. I have 2 energy drinks now. I do not need any energy drink right now at this point in time, but if someone does make it last till then, I might like message a friend being like, hey, I need energy drink. Or I suppose I could just order it through Uber Eats or something. Probably best to get a friend to do it and like just pay them back. The UK is 11:05. Okay. Pink is 50, red is 100 plus. Yeah. And so essentially, when I let me allow myself to point it. Oh, I am on this thing. When I say something like green plus 1 extra minute, yellow plus 2 extra minutes, that's on top of the amount of euros. So Luke just donated 10 euros, which adds 10 minutes to the timer, but also adds another 2 that I have to add manually on top of that. So let's add an extra 2 minutes. So thank you, Luke Firewalker. We do need more time, especially if I want FTFE to come on, because FTFE says that he gets home at midnight, and if it is not midnight, then we need an extra 50 minutes before he can come on. I was about to... You know how stupid I am? I saw a cup here. I was about to try and drink it, which would not be good. I'm going to... Hopefully that doesn't set my alarm off. Set my smoke alarm off. I am a little stupid sometimes. Let's put this here. Just so that it doesn't just so that I'm not tempted to try and drink it. It's midnight in Germany. FTFE probably needs 1 hour. Okay. Because it's like 11 a.m. here. And when I remember doing a stream like not too long ago, and I had to, I believe I had to, it's 11 a.m. And generally there's like a 12-hour difference, but you've also got to consider it's either 11, 12, or 13 hours difference depending on who's in what daylight savings. And I don't think daylight savings has started here for us. Maybe it has. No, it can't have. Wait, it's September. We put our clocks back at the last Sunday of October at 2 a.m. Yeah, I think we do it because it's September here. So we'll see. I mean, I could just hold on. Where's my phone? Where did I put my phone somewhere? I had my phone earlier. Where did it go? Did I put it? I didn't put it in my pocket. Am I sitting on it? Yes, kind of. Not really. It was under me. I have a tendency to put things in weird places. Alright, I have a thing on my phone that I have a few clocks just so that I can... As soon as I open my phone, just like, oh yeah, we see that you're online or whatever. Buzz, 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 all the apps trying to get my attention. It's like, no, I'm doing stuff right now. Okay, world clock. That's the world clock. There we go. In London, it's 11 p.m. Huh. Shit. Okay, well, yeah, for FTFE to come on, we have to get it up to we have to get it up by at least 5 minutes. But if you do want to see again, as I said, if you don't want to see it, if you do want to see it end, if you do want to see this end in less than an hour, then you can always just stop watching. But if you don't want to see it end in less than an hour, then you have to get that number up. Again, these are all the ways to do. Oh, these are all the ways to add more time than if you it's each euro 1 minute plus the time there. 5 p.m. here in Iowa. Huh. Time zones are weird. They're so confusing. And annoying if you're a programmer. I don't think I got 10 euro. I don't want to default on not having any money in my bank when the direct debits arrive. Oh yeah, I don't want to say, oh, everyone has to donate because, there's a lot of times when I don't have money for that kind of stuff. But it is something where I do try and encourage people on these streams, especially when there's... But it kind of gets hard when there's 18 people watching. It's like, goddamn. There's a reason why I don't think I can outlast FTFE on these streams, and it's just because a lot less people watch my streams than watch his streams, and it's probably because my streams are a lot less eventful than his streams. And that's probably because I haven't been able to get as many debates because, imagine if I did get to debate someone. That would be fun. But, yeah. Anyway. Which also means that I can't, plan out stuff as much as FTFE can. Which is a little annoying. But, again, what can I do? I can just, try... I wish we had 26-hour days would be great. I can actually spend 12 hours sleeping and then actually get 14 hours of... that'd be great. Unfortunately, that's not how things work. I wish it was how things worked, though, because that would be... it'd be great if things worked that way. Struct render. People thought that you couldn't put methods in these things, but I know that you can because I've put methods in structs before. Structs and classes are functionally the same, but you can put a struct inside a class, and that's great. I'm saving up for my midline crisis. I'm 47, don't earn enough to pay off my Suzuki's with never mind buying a Jaguar F-Type. I plan to never go through a midlife crisis. That's my plan. Because then I don't reach the middle of my life. Though maybe I've already gone through one. Who knows? If you don't go through a midlife crisis, you don't reach the middle of your life. That's just how it works. If you clearly, Charlie Kirk went through a midlife crisis at 15. He shouldn't have done that. Can you believe this? Like, so many people saying, "Oh, don't make jokes about someone because they transitioning could be a midlife crisis." No, not really. I mean, on some people's case, yes, maybe. For me, it wasn't. It was like I want to do this. I think I'd be better off by doing this, so I did it. And now I'm a girl. Worked out pretty well for me. In fact, like, it really felt that was when my life started. Right? My life kind of felt like it started when I finally transitioned. But yeah, like, there are so many people that are like, "Oh, don't make jokes about Charlie Kirk." Like, how would you like if people made fun of your loved ones when they died? And it's like, as long as the jokes, it depends what I think it depends what the point of the joke is, right? Like, if the joke is I think there's a pretty unanimous sort of thing where if I made fun of Charlie Kirk's mother, right? Like, made jokes making fun of Charlie Kirk's mother when she passed away, that would be a dick move. But Charlie Kirk is a different person. Charlie Kirk is a public figure. Charlie Kirk has a legacy. You can make fun of I think making fun of public figures when they die is free game. And the type of jokes that are made about you when you die as a public figure represent the legacy that you have left. Right? If you are Charlie Kirk and you die and people make fun of you, the types of jokes that they are making about you are representative of the legacy that you have left. If you have left a shit legacy where people the legacy that you have left is completely shit, then people are going to make fun of you. Like when David Bowie died, who was making fun of David Bowie? No one. Because everyone loves David Bowie, right? David Bowie wasn't maybe a few people made fun of David Bowie when he died, and maybe they don't like David Bowie, but like, everyone loves David Bowie, right? Everyone. And so when David Bowie dies, he's a public figure. People don't make fun of him. The jokes that people make are actually like, "Oh, I wish this other person would die instead." But like when Rush Limbaugh died, I remember the joke that comes to mind is, "Oh, I can't believe that the Texas power grid was Rush Limbaugh's final Horcrux." Right? People make jokes about someone based on the legacy that they leave, and obviously the way that they go out. When Michael Jackson died, I remember a ton of jokes being made at Michael Jackson's expense. Like, because, there were people that thought, "Oh, well, this guy's kind of weird around kids." So, I remember one of the jokes that was made about Michael Jackson being that he was going to be turned into, that they were going to take the plastic that he'd gotten from plastic surgery and turn that into plastic bags so that he can still be dangerous to kids. That was a joke that was made about Michael Jackson when he died. Every time a public figure dies, if people don't like them, I hear jokes made about that public figure. You will hear jokes about Biden when he dies. You will hear jokes about Donald Trump when he dies. Elon Musk. The fucking... I can't remember the guy, the United Healthcare CEO. People make jokes about him. He wasn't even a public figure. Well, he was a public figure, but like he wasn't trying to be a public figure in the way that Charlie Kirk was. And people are like, but people still make jokes about him because of the insurance company that he was CEO of. Like, if it is okay to make jokes at someone's expense when they die, saying, "Oh, you're not allowed to do that," is just... It's PC woke bullshit. It's literally being politically correct, which is the stuff that people rail against. Also, I was going to go. I was going to name something here. Alignment. Align set, because we only need like one thing. Okay, FTFE says that he'll be joining in about 30 minutes, which we've got 37 minutes. So this, but maybe it might take longer. Who knows? So he's basically got 7 minutes to talk to me at this current point in time. As I've always said, more time can be added. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to add these things here. Because maybe people see this and go, oh, but green only adds one. Psychology is weird. Like, people often read. Maybe it. Because it's like, yeah, psychology can be a little bit weird sometimes. Knock knock. Who's there? The invisible man. Tell him I can't see him. Why are people doing knock knock jokes? But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, like, if someone makes a joke about Charlie Kirk, I'm not gonna fault them. It's, as I said, it's representative of the legacy that they left. You can say that maybe a joke is in bad taste, right? And it's, oh wait, it was control space. Oh, it finished it. But yeah, you can say maybe a joke was in bad taste, and you might be right about that. I generally think that if someone commits suicide, then making a joke about them then you want to be more careful about making a joke about them, because like suicide is a big problem that needs to be taken seriously, and I think that victims of suicide, and I think that generally if someone is a victim of suicide, then jokes about them tend to be more in bad faith, whereas, not in bad faith, in bad taste. But if there is someone who, like, someone dies of natural causes, it's also about, like, how they die as well. Like, if someone just dies of old age, then I think that's fine. How much time will you add for a new membership? 5 minutes. And I'll do what I did last time. I'll also do, if anyone adds, if people buy memberships, and I'm willing to add more time for memberships due to, I'm willing to add more times to memberships due to the fact that people can't gift them on this channel for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah. I'll actually have to see if, like, my thing works properly. But I'll also do 5 squats. Because I have been, and there's a new membership. I don't think that works automatically because, again, like, my channel doesn't have tiered memberships. I'm not, maybe that's why I can't do gifted memberships. Well, I'll have to test that out. But we'll go add. Oh, wait. That doesn't add any time. Fuck. I've got to add 5 minutes manually. Okay, let's add. There we go. And 5 squats. Let me grab my... And I just realized that I have not been sharing my code that I've been writing. When I type, it's like, oh, hey, I'm doing coding, but, like, you don't see it. So, but first, I'm going to do 5 squats. Because I've been getting into exercise lately. And that's because... That is because, like, I want to, be stronger. Tears for Fears. Is that what's that a reference to? I feel like that's a reference to something. But yeah, like, I can't do them properly, I don't think, at least not yet. Average hackathon experience, sit around a laptop, wondering why you're less productive than everyone else. Yeah. All right, let's hope that I can do this right, because otherwise people are going to make fun of me. Can we just like agree not to make fun of me? Can we do that? That'd be great if I never had people make fun of me. I'll be able to get away with so much. All right, let's push this chair a little out of the way. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. It wasn't too hard. Been getting better at them. They haven't been completely destroying my ability to do other exercise as well. I didn't do any exercise last night. Besides, the person that I've been doing exercise with, well, not doing exercise with, but trying to motivate, she hasn't gotten back to me. And if she's motivating me, I'm motivating her. Or trying to, at least. That's a Carla? That's a good motto. Shout, give it a scream. New subscribers extend the stream. Come on. I've actually been subscribed for years, says Nick2. I've never done a Planarwalk membership till now. I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you've been subscribed for years. But you know, like I think it's common that people don't. That's not how this song. I just thought it was a chant. Oh no, love you, Nikki, but that clearly went over. A lot of things go over my head. Like there's. Like, I think Simon Dan said it best, and that is that you don't want to know what's in my head. I just saw it as a chant. And people, you can make fun of me for like not knowing something that I probably should know, according to most, well, probably according to people in the chat that I probably should know, but you know, it is what it is. Tears for Fears was like 40 years ago. Yeah, that seems like a long time ago. I wasn't alive 40 years ago, which makes sense. I saw someone typing. Making fun of people for not knowing pop culture is only time you're allowed to mock people for not knowing things. I disagree. If someone doesn't know something and they act like they're an expert on it, then you're allowed to mock them. When they don't know real things, you help them learn. I think when it comes to it depends how they're talking about it. Like if they're talking about it like they're an expert on it, and like even if they've been told before, like if they keep on, I think there is a point where it's like, okay, well you're just acting like you're an expert on it. I think that generally it is a good idea to try and help people learn, but there does get a point where clearly someone doesn't want to learn. Sometimes there are people that want to continue believing the same thing, like Steve McRae, who was mentioned a lot earlier. He wants to keep believing the same thing, and that's why he won't have any conversations with me, even though I've reached out for him for conversations. He just refuses. Okay, and we want to go... what do we want to do? Oh yeah, set H align. Oh yeah, we also haven't like. Oh, now I've got to do another thing, and I've got to add 5 minutes. Davinia Robbins said, well, I remember. Or, well, I remember 3. And I was looking to see what I did last time I did a stream. And I searched through for memberships, and I found that it was 5 minutes plus things. And the 5 minutes, I was looking for it, and I searched member so many times it was like remember. And like if I do the same for this stream, obviously it's going to come up. But yeah, apparently it's an I can tell you that it is annoying that remember and member both have the same thing. Both have the same words things in it. You say need some reg. I know that we've got backslashes, but that's not regex. That's just like characters. I am not doing regex. I refuse. Oh yeah, this is. Where did I put the? I know I put it somewhere. Because what's it? 311 to 454. That's like 140 lines of code just to write, just to draw text. Although some of that is also about alignment and stuff. Where did I put it? I'm going to do the squat. Don't worry. I know that I've got to do 5 squats, but I'm just trying to remember where I put all the other stuff. Is it down at the bottom? Okay, where did I put? Okay, let me go up here. Draw mesh. Where did I put draw mesh? That's mesh draw. So there they are. That's where it is. Okay. I was trying to look for that. When you've got a file that is 500 lines of code, it can be hard to work out where things are in the 500 or 700 lines of code actually. Anyway, I got to do 5 squats. This is a good way to get me to exercise, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Do I... it says Mad World 2. I don't know what you're talking about, but there's probably a thing that I do not remember, that I was not alive to know. Oh, the door just did a thing. Alrighty. Well, if you're not going to use regex search in your editor, you need naming conventions that avoid those redundancies in the English language. That's valid. I just like to try and name things in something in a way that will make them easy for me to remember. I should probably actually do some documentation just in case someone else decides to use this, because essentially this is going to start out as a library, but you know. Anyway, let's get set. All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was 4, 5. I am so unfit. Can you tell? Estrogen does take things, take it out of you a little bit. Like if we got FTF, you felt that pop? Yeah, I need more meat on my bones. How old am I? I'm 28. Sometimes it feels like you're writing something absolutely obvious in a comment, but if you write enough code, you'll eventually find code you wrote that you don't understand. Or I can generally 28. That is young. Yeah, sometimes I feel old though. I see Visual Studio Code. It's actually just Visual Studio. What are you up to? I am writing some code to set text alignment. It's actually pretty should be pretty simple. All I have to do is go to here, go void render engine oh yeah, it is that one. Align set horizontal. We go alignment, align, and then we just do render item H. We'll just call it HA. We don't need anything fancy. And then we just go render item, and then we go H align set, and that's the start of it. We go render data align set, make it a pointer, and data equals new render data align set. We go data dot align equals align. Then we go HA dot data equals data, and then we go render Q dot pushback HA. Slight buffering there. 28. So you started your channel when I was 14? Yeah, I did actually. So I actually remember like when I was 14, I wanted to make a movie, and I was wanting to put the clips on the movie or things on the movie on YouTube, or trailers and stuff on YouTube. So I've made my channel, and I've rebranded it significantly over the years. Like at one point it was Runtime Studios, because that was the name that I came up with for like if I make a movie studio. You know, you're 14, you don't know much about you don't know much about the world at that age. But yeah, I was like, and I made like a few things which have been since deleted because they were cringe. 14-year-old humor, not the best. And YouTube like provided tools so that you could make your own stuff, which has since not been a thing that they've removed it in the time since. Anyway, I remember I put some stuff up on the channel, and I eventually took it down, but like there's still things up on the channel from like back when I was when I was about that age, which you can go and look at, like a play, or was it a play? It's kind of play that I did, which was mostly music, but from that time, there was supposed to be other things. There's other things I've since taken down as well, like when I was playing guitar one time. What else was there? And I kind of, until 2014, I kind of just used it for whatever I wanted to put up. I think in 2014 I took down a few things and kind of rebranded as like a gaming channel. I think that was late 2014. Yeah, late 2014. Then I was going to do like gaming stuff with Wade. Then Wade didn't join me for anything, so it's like, fuck it, I'm starting it myself. You know, and for a few years I did gaming stuff, and then I found out about flat earthers, and I think I shifted. I shifted away from that, away from gaming in late 2017, early 2018. That was when and that was about the time that I broke up with my ex. And so when I broke up with her, I found that, actually I could do what I wanted to do. So like I think like shortly after I broke up with her, like I made made 3 videos on like one person, and 4 videos on one person, and like I was like wondering if this anarcho-capitalist was a troll, because like and then I later found out that no, probably these people are genuinely serious, they're just stupid. And like a lot of these videos that are like, when I talk about videos, like I have barely taken any videos down. Like I think the only videos that have been taken down since I started doing gaming stuff were there's one video that YouTube took down, and was it 2 videos that YouTube took down? I think it was one. I think it was one video that YouTube took down, and one video that I was asked to take down by someone because it was like, person didn't want their thing on my channel. Delay says, I'm really glad that your timer uses a fixed width font. You have no idea how annoying it is to see digits jump around in variable timers. Is it I'm glad. I never really noticed that. It's just like I just realized something. Hold on, one second. Let me pull that to I didn't really consider that. But yeah. Stream ends in 25 minutes unless people donate more money, by the way, or add or buy memberships. Just keep them. I mean, watching people gaming is boring. Yeah, I gained an initial boost of popularity when I was on like things and like actively advertising stuff. But then like that slowed down. There were like it was often. Did you add 5 minutes to the timer, Planarwalk? I added it when people asked me to add it. Like when the memberships came through. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I did. If I didn't, then it can be like a little bit thing to keep up with it. Did I? Now I'm doubting myself. I'm like trying to remember. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I added it? Okay, cool. It's gaming's alright for streaming, I guess, but a record format can easily be boring. You see, I find that it depends how you do it, right? Like if you okay, so if you do streaming, or like streaming can be boring, right? Or watching people stream can be boring, but the benefit of the streaming format I find is audience interaction, and things are just done off the cuff as well. Those are the 2 benefits that I would say streaming. Guess who's joining? Guess who's probably about to join? Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, everyone pretty much got it. I should get Santa on. Anyway, hopefully. I can I can pop that out.
Hello?
Ahoy hoy, how are you doing?
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Oh, my what extended warranty?
Your car? We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. You've not been responding.
I don't have a car.
Look, this is a one-time offer, okay? All you need to do is if you give me your social security number and your mother's maiden name, I can guarantee you the best rates on your car insurance. Trust me.
I don't have a car, so I don't need insurance. Like, if you want to sell...
Yeah, but right now you don't. But, if there was an accident with a time machine and a traffic light, you might have needed insurance before you crashed. You don't know.
Look, if I have a time machine, then I'm going to go back in time and get the insurance. Clearly, since I haven't come back in time and told myself to accept this insurance, then...
More importantly, why did you not go back to 2012 and just tell yourself to buy Bitcoin?
Yeah, I also would do that if I had a time, or I'd just buy Bitcoin myself.
If I only had 2 words, if I go back in time and I only had 2 words, I would grab myself, look myself in the eyes, and say, "Buy Bitcoin," and it would win. Yeah. I've always thought, though, time travel is a kind of an indicator of how well I'm doing in life, because it can't be that bad if no one's come back from the future to tell me to fucking stop, right?
Exactly. Well, that's assuming that time travel exists. Which, Stephen Hawking did have that party.
Yeah, I think he was late to his own party, maybe. I don't know.
Potentially.
How are you? How's it going?
I'm doing all right. I've got only 20 minutes left on the clock, so...
What? They do know that I have direct control over Daniel Pratt and I can send them straight to their house, right?
I haven't mentioned that.
What we did was we sent the NASA agents, we gave them gloves, obviously, to go and capture Daniel Pratt. And they burnt through the first layer of gloves, so we gave them more. But they did eventually manage to contain him, and they operated on his, I don't want to say brain, but that bundle of cells that connects to his central nervous system, and we inserted a chip into that. Unfortunately, the chip was far too big because there wasn't very much there, so we had to make a smaller chip. But eventually, we got control over him. So I've got an app here with just this one button. If I press it, and I just give directions straight to your house. So you better start donating.
Okay, so that's how he actually manages to find people's places without getting lost.
Yeah, I direct him. Every now and then, I just get an alert, and I have to look at my phone because Daniel Pratt's just walking into a wall. Fuck's sake, turn him around again. Oh my god, there we go.
Yeah. But one person at the start of the stream said, "Oh, you're gonna try and beat," and I'd like to be able to compete, but I don't think I can quite. The last stream didn't even go for 24 hours, so
Well, to be fair, I have clones, so I mean, I'm a little bit cheaty on that front because I just, guys, I'm just going to the toilet. You think that's me coming back? That's number 7.
Well, you see, in my case, I even if I had clones, that, do clones force people to donate more, or is that?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, you also suffer from the health issues due to the fact that I kept you in my basement for several years with no nourishment or sunlight, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm actually trying to exercise more. I don't have a gym membership like you do. Also because gyms are just so far away. I could probably get more exercise just from walking to the gym than I would get at the gym.
I'm lucky because I could probably throw a stone from here and hit my gym.
Yeah, I unfortunately...
Sorry, Jim, my bad.
Unfortunately, and this is a thing about 15-minute cities, because I was talking to someone the other day about this. I think that I would ideally have... I think that there are 5 facilities that you need to have nearby to be able to call the place that you live in a 15-minute city, right? And I would say that these 5 different things are supermarket, a cafe, a gym, doctors, and green space. If you do not have all 5 of those things in a 15-minute walking distance, I would not call the place that you live a 15-minute city.
So, sorry, what were the 5?
Supermarket.
Well, no, right, in the supermarket, literally a minute and a half that way on my scooter.
Nice. Doctors.
Literally a minute that way on my scooter.
I'm trying to remember the other 3 things. Gym.
Yeah, right, but it is the same place as the doctor's, literally right next to it.
A cafe.
The gym has a cafe, and there's several all around the place.
And green space.
Yeah, Beveridge Park, just that way. Rafe Rovers football ground, just there.
Yeah, and it has to be 15 minutes walking distance.
Yeah, well, I can't walk, so does that spoil it?
No, like it's just like if someone if an able-bodied person can walk there within 15 minutes, I would say, then I'd say it's a 15-minute city. Obviously, there are some people that do need assistance to get around, and I don't know why you didn't get the cybernetic legs.
That's coming. Trust me. I'll have one cut off and made into a cyborg leg, and then the plan is to have the other one tattooed just as a cyborg leg, just to confuse people.
Yeah, that would be funny. We're almost down to 15 minutes, by the way.
Pardon me. All right, guys, let's get some of those donations in. I know that payday's just hit, right? So steal your dad's credit card. What do you mean doesn't have a credit? Well, take your mum's credit card then. I don't care. And the long number, that's the main one you need, right? So next to the chat, there's like a dollar box. Press that. Yeah. Yeah, you. McGee, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that one, yeah. Okay. Now, it's got to have at least 2 zeros or it doesn't count. Quick, that's coming. Quick.
I will say, there's just a few things in the chat, so I'll read them out. Delivery McGee says, lower walkable cities, I'm in Texas. Which, Texas...
Things that you and I don't really realize is that Texas could fit where we live 1 billion times over.
Yeah, well, it's more that Texas was designed around cars, from what I've heard. Like, Houston... is 50% parking lot and 50% buildings for other purposes.
Bjorn Hatner saying payday hit. Well, maybe where you are from, I get paid on Tuesday. We just talked about time machines, dude. So on Tuesday, come back and donate. What's the fucking problem?
And then
I thought these people were like of science. It's just.
Clarence AS2 says, my hometown in UK was a new town built in 70s. What Planarwalk described is literally how it was designed, apart from the cafe. And yeah, it's one of those things where we should be designing towns where everything that you could possibly need is accessible within a 15-minute walk, right? There are a few things which I have to take the bus to get to, and it's not too bad, but it would be nice if I could just walk more places. Because
it'd be nice if I could walk.
Yeah, true. But I was going to say to the point about people should just donate. There is only 20 people watching roughly, so that probably doesn't help.
So if each of them donated $1,
it would only extend the stream by 20 minutes.
Bjorn Hatmere says he doesn't get paid enough to buy a time machine. Well, just when you do get a time machine, for fuck's sake, you don't know how this works, do you? It doesn't matter when. Just when it happens, you then come. Oh, fuck's sake.
I'm pretty sure maybe we've gotten to the point where there are too many timelines, and it's impossible to create more timelines, and so things are just...
Yeah, so here's the thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson put me in charge of looking after them, but I accidentally deleted the spreadsheet, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to keep count of them anymore.
As silly and unrealistic as it is, I believe the film Tenet comes the closest to a realizable time machine's actual experience for the user. I haven't seen that film.
Yeah, it's a very difficult film to watch, but after you've watched it, you go, "Oh yeah, oh yeah, wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah." But, one of my favorite time travel movies is got to be Hot Tub Time Machine. Please tell me you've seen Hot Tub Time Machine.
I have not. The problem is that there are so many movies and shows that people keep on telling me to watch, and I prefer to watch things with other people, but then like the list keeps building, and it's like, I've got to watch this, and I've got to watch this, and I've got to show this person this, and then it's like, you just don't have enough, with the amount of stuff that comes out, you just don't have enough time to watch it all, and like, sometimes people are too busy to like hang out and watch stuff. Like, recently, because like there's one person that I'm able to hang out with sometimes, but only for a short amount of time, and it's like I want to watch Gen V with her, and
how many episodes of series 2 is out?
I don't know.
I don't like watching it until all of them are out, so no spoilers.
Yeah, I haven't. I've only watched the first episode of season 1. And so, also, I'd like to watch The Boys with her as well. I think that was something she suggested. And there's someone else who I want to watch Invincible with, but who lives in a different city, which also never helps.
Boys is brutal, man. That's
yeah,
it's very, very brutal.
I've heard that some of the satire in it goes over people's heads.
Oh yeah, wait. Very much like Rick and Morty, I think. So many people just don't think it's funny or anything, and I'm like, do you not understand what's going on?
Yeah, sometimes it can be like that. Also, another thing is that if people are just joining or anything, I have decided that if people donate memberships, and I need to talk to you about like how to actually enable gifting memberships, because like for some reason people can't gift memberships. And thank you, Clarence AS2. I am going to add. Remember that every euro that you donate adds 1.
So was that Clarence? Oh fuck, shit. Hold on. Stop. No, Pratt. No. Turn around. I've lost connection. He was heading straight for Clarence. I can't stop him.
But,
fuck.
But what I did want to say is that remember that each euro that you donate adds 1 minute to the timer, and depending on the tier of thing that you buy, also adds bonus minutes on top of that. So green adds 1 minute, yellow 2 extra, orange 6 extra. This is to try and dissuade people from edging me, because otherwise people will be like, let it get down to 1 minute, and then they'll buy like 5 minutes, and like they'll keep on doing that.
Yeah, NASA. Yeah, sorry, I can't connect to Pratt anymore. He's loose. Yeah, should we just call a code brown? Yeah, no, that's what we say when he opens his mouth and jump. No, just, can you go and... He was heading for, or was it Clarence AS2? I couldn't stop him. Yeah, all right. Remember the hazmat suits. All right, thanks. Bye. Yeah, I love you too. Sorry, I just had to tell NASA what was going on there.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Clarence, I'd advise staying inside, not answering your door, and any vents that you've got, cover them up with some kind of tape or something. Oh, shit. I didn't think this through, did I?
No, you didn't.
So in 2 hours, I've got a debate on is America the best country in the world? No is the answer.
Yeah, like I cannot think, like, the problem is I cannot think of any time where it would have been the best country in the world. Like, the problem with America, right, is that what you've had is that any time things get better for, like, maybe a minority or something, things get they find a way to also make things worse. So like you have the Civil Rights Act in the 90s, not in the 90s, I think it was 60s and 70s. Then fucking Ronald Reagan comes along to make things worse for everyone. I just saw someone delay say, geez, now she has to do exchange rates. I don't have to do any exchange rates. That's what my program is for.
I mean, to be fair, you know what? There is quite a few things that America is number one in, right? Like, you know, Olympic medals. They've got the most Olympic medals in history. They've got the most Nobel Prize winners, and you know they got to the moon for space exploration. You know, also number one in school shootings, number one in civilian gun ownership. Number one in gun deaths, number one in obesity rates, number one in prison population. That's over 2 million locked up, which is 4 more times than China, which has 4 times the population. Number one in national debt, number one in homelessness in the developed world. Oh, number one in healthcare spending, but nowhere near number one in healthcare outcomes. So, I mean, I'm a bit, they are number one quite a lot. Yay, go America, I guess.
There is, I will say that also Arsenic said, I hope this gets 15 minutes for 200 Nokia, and I want to say thank you before continuing on to what my point was going to be about the Olympic medal thing. You know they had to like kind of rig things a little bit for the Olympic medals, right?
Did they? I don't know.
From what I've heard,
shiny.
From what I've heard, what they actually did is they realized, oh, we get a lot of Olympic medals in, I think it was swimming. So they were like, what if we had more swimming events?
I mean, makes sense.
Like when they had like people on the Olympic committee or whatever it was, they were just like, oh yeah, we'll add more, we should have more swimming events. And that's how they get so much more Olympic medals.
Go America.
So that's how America...
I need to quickly go and grab myself a drink, because I've literally just got home. I've been busy all day. I haven't had a chance to sit down. So give me a couple of minutes to sort myself and I'll be back, okay?
That's important. Yeah, drinking is important. I'm going to have a drink. It's USA, except it isn't really all really united, so SA is all that's left, fitting in the current administration. Yeah, it's... Yeah. You're very welcome. Saying thank you is a very rare thing for some reason. Yeah, I do try to show appreciation. Like, sometimes it can be hard to remember to thank everyone. So, like, I do like to... I should probably say a collective thank you to everyone who has donated thus far. If, like, my goal is, like... Firstly, my goal is to beat the last time that I did this. Currently, that's not going well. Because, you know, what are we, like 3 hours in? Last one was 10 hours with 34 minutes left on the clock. Eating again? Yeah, of course. I have apples. An important thing. An important thing to staying awake, I've found, is to actually eat. You're making me feel hungry. Planarwalk went back in time and stole that apple that was going to hit Newton, so now we have no gravity. I don't know what kind of apple this is. I just like got it for free. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, about well, we do. It's not that we have no gravity; it's that we have mavity. Also, I'm just going to check something. Oh, that doesn't. I've noticed that I've had like a thing on my lip, like there. And it makes it really hard to open my mouth far, but like I keep needing to. And like sometimes it bleeds. Often makes me not want to eat an apple. Or not eaten. Makes me not want to record a video because I'm worried, is it going to show up? If I promise to say sub for the next 6 months, will you consider adding that to extend stream? Arsenic says, fuck it. It's just a number in someone's database. We're all here to have fun and you're worth it. That is true. Like, I'm going to say a big thank you to you. I'm also going to, that is a pink super chat, so that adds an extra 20 minutes on top of the however much that added. So there we go. I think someone got the time machine working, but I don't think. Wait. I think someone got the time machine working.
Yes.
Because
Great.
We're up to like an hour and 33 minutes.
That's it. I did just get a notification on my phone about a disturbance in the space-time continuum localized in New Zealand. You have now, you're going to cause a black hole. But it's cool. It's just going to do like a restart of the universe and no one will really notice. So it's all good. Now, Planarwalk, I'm sure this is a question you get asked often, but do you like my ring?
I can barely see it. Is it a Green Lantern ring?
What do you mean you can barely see it? Am I blurry?
Yeah, it's all blurry.
Yeah, proper Green Lantern ring.
Nice.
It's part of my Comic-Con costume.
People are asking me about this apple that I have eaten. Apparently it might be the one that fell on Isaac Newton's head. So instead of gravity, we get mavity or something.
Right, yeah, no. Yeah.
But yeah. And...
So...
I was actually going to... okay. People often talk about money, and I have an idea. People ask, how would you make things work without money, right? And because it's like, if we decide to, let's say, abolish money, then how do you make things work? Because what stops someone from just hoarding a bunch of stuff? And I actually have a solution for that. And people aren't going to like the solution. But what if we had like a sort of credit system where, like, if you do work, you get more credit, which means that you can go and get more things. If you do bad things, like if you do crimes, then you get credit deducted. And this could be a way where, like, you have like a baseline credit, like let's say 1,000 credit, right, or 100 credit.
Yeah.
That allows you to get that basically allows you to go into a store and grab like certain things. You can basically allocate that credit towards what it like certain things that you want, and also that can get you like certain luxuries on top of your basic food. And if you get more credit, then you can get better luxuries. If you lose credit, then the luxuries that you're allowed to get go down. So, like, let's say you lose credit and now you can't get... let's say you do a crime and you go down to 50 credit, and then you can't get, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a thing that people might want to get. And, like... This would be a system that people don't like because I'm using the term credit. People think
a bit, Black Mirror-ish.
Well, people will think social credit. But like the thing is, like, we kind of have versions of these systems in place. Like, the money is basically kind of like this, except the effects of you spending credit are more pronounced. Like, you get a certain salary per week, and if it goes down below a certain amount, then you can't afford things. But, like, the problem is that with money, there are people that basically try to get way more money than they need. And, like, the credit system basically means that it is basically to disincentivize people from trying to, it's like if you don't necessarily spend credit, so you can't transfer the credit to someone else unless maybe you want to say, oh, this person did such and such work, I'm going to transfer some of my credit to this person. But it's not a way to like hoard credit, because eventually that credit goes just evaporates. Like the credit will over time normalize back to 100, regardless of like certain things. And I think that obviously there can be problems with this system. It's not a perfect system, but I think it is an alternative to money that we could implement if we really wanted to try and live in a more egalitarian society, I think. Just a thought.
I just think that humans are too dumb to deal with stuff themselves, and I'm just going to take over, and they're just going to do as they're told until they can sort their fucking selves out, and then I might give them democracy back if they can behave.
Like, I think the thing that we need the most is better education. But the problem...
yeah, definitely.
But the problem is that when you have... people who are uneducated. We've literally got conspiracy theories around saying that, oh, education is to brainwash people. And so you've got people that are so stupid that they'll try to keep... It's like... it's kind of like crabs in a bucket, except... Actually, yeah, it's exactly like crabs in a bucket. Basically, it's like everyone else should be as stupid as me because I'm actually smart. It's like they think they're... Like, crabs in a bucket is basically crabs trying to protect other crabs. But they don't realize that the other crabs that are trying to climb out of the bucket are actually doing a thing that is advantageous to themselves. And so they're trying to all protect each other, so they keep on pulling each other back into the bucket for protection, whereas in reality they're disadvantaging each other. And I think that's the same thing with stupid people. They'll say, oh, education is a conspiracy to this, that, and the next thing. And so they vote for things that basically will keep everyone else uneducated.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Flat earthers are the ones that think they're educated, and that always makes me laugh. Now, I do apologize, but I have not yet done my research for my debate tonight, so I am doing it whilst we talk.
Okay.
I've been away because visiting my mum. She was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and the prognosis was 12 to 18 months, but things have accelerated and got a lot worse, and now it's about 3 months. So, yeah, I had to go and spend some time with my family, and I completely forgot that I had a debate tonight, and I only arrived back 12 hours ago. So,
Someone just asked if I'm vegan. I am not vegan, actually. I will... Okay, here's my... I'm going to make a video about veganism at some point. And I was actually going to... there's a video that I still want to make, but I don't know if I should. Or at least, the very least, if I make it, I am not going to reference the death of someone. And it's a vegan... it's a video that was taken down by the person who published it because he looked bad in it. This person, of course, is Charlie Kirk. South Park was completely on the money when they said that he takes down videos to try and make himself, he tries to edit the videos so that he makes himself look smart. And also, the thing that's also funny is that Charlie Kirk kind of left that bit out of his video where he reacted to South Park. So,
Yeah. It's amazing how much South Park and other things I actually get right. So,
yeah, absolutely. But, what was it? Matt and Trey just understand pop culture and politics. Sometimes. I won't... there are times when they don't understand it, I will say, but there are times when they hit it right on the money. It's like... It's like The Simpsons, right? The Simpsons sometimes will have things that will correctly predict the future, but oftentimes I feel like people give too much credit to The Simpsons when sometimes it's like for example, I think they say something about after President Trump, and it's like, oh, they knew that Trump was going to become president and be a bad president, and it's kind of like, well, generally presidents are bad, but also like it's not like Trump hasn't delved into politics before.
No, but when you look at Trump's political history, he's flipped 180. You know, he was on the left for a long time, and now he's, you know, staunchly right. So,
but he also ran for president in like there is a video which says something like, I think it was Trump 2000. Rage Against the Machine, Sleep Now on the Fire, and at one point you see a thing in the video that says Trump 2000, and it's like, well, the reason why there's that in the video is because he was running for president in the year 2000. Was he successful? No. I think he was running as an independent or something. But yeah. But like when it comes, my opinions on veganism is this, like, people shouldn't. The problem that people have when trying to get into veganism is that a lot of people try to fully go vegan, and there's a lot of pressure from vegans for people to just completely drop meat. And I do not think that is the right way to go about it. I think that what you should do is you should slowly phase meat out of your diet. I think that is the best way to go about it.
Nah, steak. Everyone should eat steak. Thing is, right, we've evolved as humans eating meat. Every animal around the world has their own food chain that they've evolved on. And to then just try and change that food chain isn't the right thing to do, because it's not going to hurt us. It's not only going to hurt us, it's going to hurt the ecosystem as well. Yeah, there's a lot more humans now, and we just need to do it the right way. But we also need to, you know, be a bit more Native American about it and appreciate the animals that give their lives to nourish us, and treat them with the respect and reverence that they deserve. That means that we are allowed to continue existing by eating their flesh. If someone wants to be vegan, 100%, you go be a vegan. But you tell me not to eat a steak, and I'm going to force feed you a steak.
I would say, I personally have the opinion that, like, the farming practices that we engage in are often very immoral, subjugating, like, a lot of, and also I also have problems with the environmental impact that mass farming of things like cows, especially, causes. Like, I think that eating bacon is more moral than eating steak, because that does have less emissions, it takes up less space. Same with eating chicken. Eating chicken is more moral than... eating chicken and bacon is more moral than eating steak. And that's good because bacon is actually quite tasty. But I would say that... I think people overstate the amount that meat has often been a part of our diets. I think that because to get meat, there is a lot of effort required in doing so, at least until you domesticate. So when you're hunter-gatherers, hunting is a part of it, but that requires a lot of effort to do. I think that people should try to cut meat out of their diet, especially because of the high amount of land usage, and also, like, we need to. I think the main reason I have is we need to be considerate of other humans. We produce enough food to feed everyone, right? The problem is that we also feed a lot of that food to animals for like the luxury of. And that's not the luxury of everyone, it's for the luxury of a few people, right? Like, if we just... if we just produced if we just produced like if we just produced agriculture for like everyone, and then like afterwards made sure that everyone like after we made sure that everyone got fed, then we can start having luxuries, then that would be a lot better. But that's not the way we do it. We produce luxuries for like sure, it's a vast number of people, but the luxuries that these people enjoy come at the expense of people going hungry. And I don't think that's right. That's one of my biggest reasons for preferring that people try... don't try a completely vegan diet. Just try to cut a bit of meat out of your diet every now and then. And honestly, sometimes, like if you go to Burger King and get an Impossible Whopper, or in New Zealand it's called a Rebel Whopper, I think it tastes better than one with meat. The ones with meat are just so bland in comparison.
I know, here it was, I think, I tried one of their Impossible Whoppers and I was like, am I eating cardboard? What the fuck is this?
I think it's just
the
like...
way I see it, right? If you want to eat meat, right, there's a couple of very important things. Number one is moderation. You know, think about the meat that you're eating. Don't just eat red meat. Don't, also the amounts that you're eating. Think about the protein you get and the quality of the meat. But for me, the most important thing is seeing where the meat comes from. You know, if you can legitimately find a source of, meat that comes from someone that looks after their animals, I think that's important. You know, because that's what it takes me back to the thing I said about being a bit more Native American about it. But giving the animals the reverence that I think they deserve for allowing us to exist by giving their lives. And, battery farming and stuff, and, it's really bad and doesn't give the animals a decent life.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, I think there are... I don't think that it's a simple... Like, a lot of people try and frame it as a simple on-off switch of morality. And morality doesn't work like that. We don't just throw people in jail for 20 years because they did a bad thing. We acknowledge that, like, murder is worse than stealing, right? We acknowledge things like that. So we have we try to proportion the people's sentences to the crime that they commit. And I think that when it comes to something like when it comes to like eating meat versus not eating meat, I think that there is a big case to be made of, like, if you're going to eat meat, maybe try and make it a more ethical thing than you otherwise would. Like, don't just treat it as a... I think that one of the big mistake that vegans make is they treat it like a big... they do treat it like an on-off switch. Like, oh, you ate a sausage roll the other day, you're a bad person. And it's like, yeah, but, like, I don't... Like, my diet does not generally consist of meat. Like sometimes I'll go out and get something, and there's these salted caramel nut bars that I've got for protein. And
oh my God, my protein bars, grenade salted caramel protein bars. I love them so much. Oh, that's so good.
And it's like, I just saw that it's plant-based protein, which probably means that it's vegan. But, like, I wasn't looking for that. And I think a lot of people, like, when you go and get...
You'd be surprised how much of the ingredients in that are not vegan, though.
Like, what does it say on the ingredient? Where's the ingredients list? Roasted peanuts, sun seeds, sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, soy protein crisps, soy protein isolate, tapioca starch, salt... inulin, maltodextrin, glucose syrup, glycerin, natural flavor, salt, sunflower oil, emulsifier, caramelized sugar syrup, stevia. So, may contain, says contain soy, peanuts, may contain milk, sesame, treat nuts, wheat, gluten, sulfites. And it's one of those things where I think that there are things like, for example, Doritos. Doritos often contain things like milk. But, like, people don't think about that. And I don't think people should always be expected to think about that. I think the best thing is to... Yeah. I think the best thing that vegans could do is, like, pressure companies to change their ways. Because consumers don't think about their consumption habits. Sometimes they do, but like in general, people don't. And so the people that you want to pressure are the companies that that encourage those consumption habits.
Okay. Can I read you my opening for my debate in 90 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. So the debate is America the best country in the world? I'm taking the position of, don't be fucking stupid. Right, let's ask a very simple question. What does it actually mean to be the best country in the world? It can't just mean you shout it the loudest. It can't mean you've got the biggest flagpole, and it definitely can't mean your national cuisine is deep frying a Snickers bar. Being the best should mean your people are safe, healthy, educated, housed, and respected across the world. That's the bar, not perfection, just basic civilization. Let's see how America stacks up when you stop chanting USA and start doing the math. Healthcare, the world's most expensive disappointment. America spends 17% of its GDP on healthcare. That's more than any other nation on the globe. That's about $13,000 per person in the States every year. Compare that to the UK, less than half of that. Canada and Germany, $6,000 to $7,000. So double the price, what results? The life expectancy in the USA is 78 years. Japan, 84 years. Switzerland, 83 years. UK, 81 years. Congratulations, America. You've invented the world's most expensive lemon. Pay twice as much, die sooner. That is not healthcare. That's a gym membership that you never fucking use. And then there's medical debt. Every single year, about 500,000 American families declare bankruptcy because they got sick. In the UK, France, Canada, that number is, let me just check my notes here, 0. Yes. Because there, if you get cancer, the hospital sends you flowers. In America, it sends you a bill and a collections agent. Gun safety and freedom. Duck and cover. America has 120 guns for every 100 people. That's more guns than people. The next closest is Yemen at 53 per 100. And Yemen is in an actual civil war. Results. Firearms kill 48,000 Americans every year. That's more than car crashes. Canada loses about 700. The UK, less than 100. And schools. In 2023 alone, there were 346 incidents of gunfire on school grounds. Since 1970, more than 2,000 people killed or injured in school shootings. School shootings are basically an American phenomenon. In Britain, the last school shooting was 1996. In Japan, well, none. In Germany, once in a generation, shocking the nation for years. In America, it's so normal that kids practice active shooter drills like they're fire drills the rest of the world is practicing. You've got 8-year-olds rehearsing how to hide in a cupboard from a guy with an AR-15. That's not freedom. That's trauma with a flag sticker. Homelessness. The richest country with tent cities. On a single night, the US counted, listen, 771,000 homeless people. And around 277,000 of those were unsheltered. That means sleeping in cars or tents or literally on the pavement. That's about 83 people rough sleeping per 100,000 Americans. England in 2024, 4,667 rough sleepers. That's 8 per 100,000. 10 times lower. Germany, with 83 million population, they had 38,000. Japan, with 125 million, under 4,000. So America, as the richest nation on earth, has hundreds of thousands of people living under bridges and in tent cities. When your homeless population is bigger than the entire population of Glasgow, just in some US towns, you don't get to call yourself the best. You get to call yourself an episode of The Walking Dead with more Starbucks. Education, or otherwise known as the debt factory. In 2022, the international ranking showed that US kids came 28th in maths, 18th in science, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th in reading. Not the worst, but not number one. Singapore, Finland, Japan, South Korea, they run circles around America. And then comes the bill. American students owe $1.7 trillion in loans. The average graduate leaves with about $30,000 in debt. That's a ball and chain on an entire generation. In Scotland, where I live, higher education is free. In Germany, fees are minimal. In France, it's like a few €100 a year. In America, you get a mortgage before you get a mortgage. National debt. US national debt is $37 trillion. That's with a T, guys. That's $112,000 for every man, woman, and child that lives in the United States of America. For comparison, the UK has $3.4 trillion. Germany, $3.1 trillion. Japan, interesting. They have a higher percentage as a percentage for their GDP, but Japan also has working trains, universal healthcare, and people live longer. America, just debt and, well, lots of potholes. Reputation. Globally, people love American music, movies, and tech, but when you ask about US leadership, the top adjectives are arrogant, violent, and unreliable. Even close allies like Canada and the UK don't fully trust America, and that's not surprising when your orange leader declares that paracetamol can cause autism in unborn children. Basically, you're the mate everyone wants at the party, but no one's letting you drive home. To be fair, there's some good stuff. Now, credit where credit's due. Without US manpower in World War II, we might all be speaking German. America invented the microchip and the internet. They put the first humans on the moon. They top of the medal tables in every Olympics. And they've some of the best university and research facilities in the world. Nobody denies American genius. When America sets its sight on a moonshot, it can achieve the impossible. But here's the real number one list. Yeah, number one in Olympic medals, number one in Nobel Prizes, number one in space exploration, but also number one in school shootings, civilian gun ownership, gun deaths among wealthy countries, number one in obesity, 40% of adults, number one in prison population, over 2 million, that's more than China, who has 4 times the population, number one in national debt, number one in homelessness in the developed world, and number one in healthcare spending, yet nowhere near number one in results. So yes, America is brilliant at moonshots. It can invent the future, win wars, and dominate sports. But on the basics, like keeping people alive, safe, educated, and housed, it's not number one. It's not even close. Until America fixes those failures, calling it the best country in the world isn't patriotism. It's fucking delusion.
Well said. I do want... There is a point that I want to add.
Yeah.
Because a lot of, when you have the healthcare system over in America, a lot of people, I think that, and I don't know if this is relevant to your debate at all, but a lot of people try to say, it's good because it's capitalistic, which means that the best things, you get the best things because capitalism provides innovation. The problem that I find with that argument is that you don't... How do I put it? You actually have things of capitalism which make it worse. The whole idea of insurance, healthcare actually is going to cost more because of insurance companies. And I'm meaning just in general, because what the US healthcare system has to do is they have to deal with insurance companies who might not cover certain things, which, you don't want to put that on doctors, so who takes that up? Administration. Which means that from what I might be wrong on this, but from what I've heard, US has some of the highest admin to doctor ratios anywhere in the world. Because the people that are doing... Because they have to deal so much with insurance companies, they need those people there, which pushes up your costs of healthcare. Regardless of whether you're on insurance or not. And people are like, people are like, yeah, but I don't want to be paying so much more in taxes. Well, insurance is basically a tax, who's going to pay for free healthcare? Actually, it's going to be cheaper than what you currently have.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of my takes on that kind of thing. Like there's so many. What are you going to say?
Go on.
I was going to say there's so many.
Go on.
There's so many things that that America could do that they're unwilling to try because it's socialism. They'll say, "Oh, socialism never works," and then you point to the Nordic countries, and they'll say, "Oh, well, that's not actually socialism," but they still won't adopt the policies. They won't adopt the policies of those countries because it's socialism. It's like, does socialism work or does it not work? Pick one, motherfucker.
They Americans are so dumb. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I'm just I'm looking at rewriting a little bit of it with. I don't think I dunked on Trump enough, really. Globally, people love American music, movies, and tech, but when it comes to US leadership, the words that come up again and again are arrogant, violent, and unreliable. And honestly, can you blame them? Look at the guy who's in charge. Donald Trump once suggested nuking hurricanes. He told people to inject bleach during a pandemic. He claimed wind turbines cause cancer. And just recently, he's been pushing the idea that pregnant women taking Tylenol, otherwise known as paracetamol, can cause autism. A claim so dangerous and wrong, it makes flat earthers look like Nobel Prize winners. Even America's closest allies, Canada, UK, and Germany, love hanging out with the US for the music, the movies, the tech, but when it comes to letting American actually drive the car, forget it. This is the mate who shows up at the party with a karaoke machine, sets the curtain on fire, and then says, "Don't worry, I know how to fix it. Pass me the bleach."
Yeah, it's one of those things where, one of the big problems with America is that their parliament or their government is so I think it's so fundamentally broken because they had this idea of we'll let land decide. And I do think that the UK is similarly broken because they are like, we'll just let land decide how on the proportions of parliament. Whereas in New Zealand, we don't do that. We let people decide on the proportions of parliament. Yes, there is some land-based things in that, but in general, it's people deciding. If you have 2 votes in New Zealand, one vote is your party vote, and another vote is your candidate vote or MP vote. Essentially, MPs will generally belong to a party. And so if a party has, when it comes to, let's say a party gets 50% of the party vote, the parliament tries to make sure that they have 50% of representation in parliament. Right? Now, and that comes down to list candidates. So they will get, if they get 37 MPs, or 37% of MPs, but they have 50% of the vote, then they will get an extra 13% of MPs added to their thing, added to Parliament. And basically that means
I don't understand any fucking of this. None of it actually sounds like democracy to me. It just sounds like fudging the numbers.
It's a lot more like democracy than a lot of other places, because if you think about it, right, in the UK, it's whoever gets the most votes in a certain part of the country, right? So if you've got Nigel Farage, and he gets I think it's 40% of the vote, and then the next person gets 30% of the vote, and the next person gets 25% of the vote, and then the other person gets 5% of the vote. Then Nigel Farage becomes the MP for that spot, but it's all localized in a particular part. But if you have let's say you have 10% of the population want a particular party to get in, right? But those people are not localized anywhere. They're spread out amongst the country. Then their voices would essentially be unheard. Whereas in New Zealand, those people are guaranteed to have roughly 10% of the voice in Parliament, provided that they vote. And I think that's a lot better than the US system, because the US system has basically devolved to a two-party system. The UK doesn't really seem to be a two-party system, unless...
What? Not anymore? Oh my god, it's actually been a bit crazy here. If they did an election today, Reform would win, straight up. Nigel Farage would be PM.
Yeah.
Not even close. And that is fucking crazy. That is, I don't want to liken this to Germany or anything, but the only rise of a, third party or other party that I can think of like that is the Socialist Party in Germany. The way that they had a couple of seats and then the next time they took over, it's absolutely mental how quick a party that has come out of nowhere, that is not one of the major parties, is now the one that would easily win government.
Yeah, and I think the problem, part of the reason why we've been led to this, is because a lot of people you've got a lot of people on the left, mostly liberals, who will say, oh, we've got, as long as we have the best messaging and the best policy, we will win. Whereas people on the right will be very much, their idea is, we'll be the most boisterous and we'll win. And it turns out that being a bit more boisterous actually has a lot... if you can get your message out there, it doesn't matter what the message is, then you can win. You can... and I think that's a big problem, because the left is like, oh, but we can't do that. We've got to be respectful. Look at America, right? Biden did a speech in front of the White House, and people on the right lost their fucking minds about it, right? Then and it's saying, oh, this is so divisive. Yet Trump calls all his, he calls his opponents the enemies within. He'll call his opponents what's the different things? I've forgotten half the things that he said about his opponents. But he'll do all that stuff, and
he hates them.
Yeah, and that's not divisive at all. He says,
I know, right?
The radical left lunatics, and all that kind of stuff. It's very much a thing where he'll be his base don't care. And I think that a lot of people sure, it's not a good idea to stoop down to that level, but we had something when Tim Walz called Republicans weird. That was a good thing, and then they dropped it at the election. Or going in after the DNC thing, and it's you should have campaigned on that. Campaigned on the fact that Republicans are fucking weird. Because who was the weirdest Republican at the time? There's a few.
I genuinely don't pay attention to politics. Politics, I'm not a fan of. I'm just a fan of the amount of stupidity that has been going around in politics at the moment. Because what I do on YouTube is I attack stupidity, right? Yes, it's flat earthers that brought me into seeing how stupid the world is. But I don't know what's happened, but in the past 5 years, we've slipped into the dumbest timeline. Yeah, and now the stupid people are in charge. So it's kind of impossible for me to not seem political when I have to attack stupid people like Donald Trump that suggest that paracetamol is highly likely to cause autism in children. That is not only wrong and dangerous, but it's damaging to the autistic community. It's making autism seem like it's a problem to be fixed rather than a way that you fucking are. And I find it highly fucking offensive that orange retard gets to stand there in front of the world and act like he is in any place to give fucking medical advice. The video I've got coming about that fucking awful shit that he said up there about paracetamol. Oh my god, it is literally the only medication that is deemed as safe for pregnant women to take.
Yeah.
Right.
And
anyway, on that rant, I do need to leave because I have just over an hour and I need to gather all my receipts and everything and get my stuff ready because I do not want to lose this debate.
Yeah. Could I ask for maybe a small favor before you go?
I've told you before, I am not... Wait, no, we're not talking about that, are we?
No, don't worry.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Right. Yeah. No worries.
Could I maybe ask you to send like a few people my way, because like I do want to try and get this one over 12, because like the last one kind of failed miserably when didn't even go for 12 hours. So like I
have already put out a post, and when I am live, I will mention that you are up as well. And if you're still going when I finish my debate, I will then send everyone back over.
Okay. Cheers. Thanks
right,
a million. Because
you in the chat, support your friendly Planarwalk. They are incredible, and one of the best people that I have ever met, and I am grateful that they are my friend.
Yeah.
And to the people calling me transphobic, that's an old video, you fucking idiots.
I don't think I've seen people call you transphobic in a while.
No, I had one on X recently that they linked that video and me calling you he several times. Like, it's because they were he then.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like where I that's why I support gender neutral pronouns. Like I actually made a post on Twitter saying that if we just like everyone just needs to use they them pronouns for everyone. And then like
that's confusing. That's multiple people. No,
yeah, and then like it would be less confusing when people like if you don't know someone's preferred pronouns, then you can just use they them. You don't need to know someone's preferred pronouns because there's just one set of pronouns. It's like
I just call everyone Bud. Like I don't care. I just call everybody Bud because you can't get offended. You're Bud. All right, hey Bud.
Yeah. But
how dare you assume what have I assumed?
But
nothing. Shut up.
I will say, at least English is better than languages like French, where fucking objects have genders.
Yeah, and you know, do you know? Right. So what I'm going to do quick before I leave is I'm going to count from 60 to 75 in French, but in English. Right. So 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 60, 10, 60, 11, 60, 12, 60, 13, 60, 14, 60, 15, 60, 17, 60, 18, 16, 19, 420s. 420s 1, 420s 2. Yeah, fuck you, French.
Yeah, like if we can get things like gender neutral pronouns just for everyone, that's why I will never say don't call me they them. I know that there are some and I do think that if you use they them pronouns for everyone, not just trans people, then it's fine to use they them pronouns for everyone. But a lot of people unfortunately do use they them pronouns just to refer to trans people, and I think that's a bit weird. But like, I don't mind if someone calls me they them because that is one of my pronouns that I use, and I do want to encourage more people to I do want to encourage the use of they them just for everyone a lot more.
Well, I don't give a fuck what your pronouns are. You're awesome, and that's all that matters to me.
Yeah, thank you. Always appreciated.
Everyone support your friendly Planarwalk, because I have just been informed by NASA the Daniel Pratt connection has been re-established. And Davina Robbins, I think, is the next one to go into. So you better start donating. I don't have control anymore. I've handed the control over to Neil deGrasse Tyson for the rest of the day. Although I think he said he's passing it up to Bill Nye. So I don't know what's going to happen. Bill Nye's not that smart. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later, and thank you for having me on Planarwalk. Like I said, if you're live when I've finished, I will pop back and bring people with me.
All right. Take care.
Boy.
All right. Disconnect from that. French isn't the worst way of counting. Try Danish. 75 is 420s half 10. Oh, well. That's crazy. Carla is it Jurgensen or Jurgensen? I think it's Jurgensen. Says what I assume is counting away in Chinese. See, it looks like Chinese to me. Yeah, 420 is minus half 10. Like, to be fair, like, if you're brought up with that way of counting, it probably makes perfect sense. But if you're not, then, you know. Like, there's different bases and, like, sub-bases for different things. That's the Chinese version of Bill Nye the Science Guy. How many apples do I have left? 3 apples. I got like a thing of 3 apples. Do you know what a Mind Goblin is? No, I do not know what a Mind Goblin is. I also got a bunch of free stuff because, you know, food can be expensive sometimes, so it's nice to get free stuff. Especially if you're not doing the best financially. I think that one of the good things that we have in New Zealand is that people are kinder, right? And people, like, there are some churches around that try to help out people that are struggling. There's even some organizations that try to essentially just help people that are in need by providing meals. There's like providing meals. I know one place that does that. There's people that provide... there are 2 churches I know of that provide food. Oh, there's actually another place that does... If you go there regularly, and I think that's a good way to put it, but also doesn't help people that are dealing with mental health. But if you go there regularly, they will give you things of free food. But, you know... Gooey Duck Geoscience says, I discovered that there is a free sausage sizzle every Sunday near me, so I just had a free sausage sandwich. Nice. Yeah, I don't know about all the things, but like if you know people who aren't doing that well, those people tend to find things. And I actually have a friend who is in desperate need of food. Like, the only reason why I know that I can do this on this arm is because I was like, well, I can just get my pinky around as well. But like, I can do that easily with my friend. I can just go, beep, and it's like, damn, you need to eat more. And so I'm going to try and get like some free stuff for her. So, you know, hooray, churches that actually follow Jesus' teaching. I know, right? Like, this church that I went to not too long ago, like, didn't judge me. Was like, oh, see you next week as well. Like, and whether I go back next week, you know. But, like, because they were, like, giving out free food. And it's like, you know, like, it wasn't a thing where they judged me like some churches do. And they were actually, you know, trying to help people that are in need. And it's like I managed to actually get... Because I'm trying to eat a bit more. Whilst also eating at least somewhat healthily, which requires me to, rather than just eating noodles, diversify my diet. You know. So, like, because I know that I can survive on, like, a lot of noodles, like, basically noodles every day, and it's the cheapest way to survive, but it's not a way to live, not the healthiest way. So it's like, okay, I'll go to this place. It's where I got the bread from to make garlic bread, right? So, and also I was able to make a few buns from that. But yeah, it's one of those things where I will go to places like that occasionally. I don't like to overuse these services because obviously there are people that are doing worse than me. It's one of those things where I don't... It's kind of... Have you ever, like, felt like you have imposter syndrome when you go to these places that, like, are meant for people that are not doing well, and it's like, well, I'm not doing as badly as the homeless person, but, like, also... Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, kind of feel bad about it, but also, like, there are certainly other people. I'm certainly not doing better than the majority of people. And sometimes you feel kind of like a bit of imposter in that scenario. Like, you know. Like, I know that there are people that barely can afford rent, and like sometimes I'm like worried about, okay, am I going to be able to make sure I have enough money for rent for the next few months? And generally the answer is generally I can make that work, but then it's like I need to try and but like where was I getting with this? But it's like there are people that don't have things as well managed as I have, where I literally have an account in my bank which just sends a payment out every week, and I try to make sure that it's because I get paid monthly, I try and make sure that it goes out like that, and try and make sure that it has enough so that even if it takes like a month to make a payment, then I can still get it through. But yeah. Some of them wouldn't leave without me having lunch. I was skinny at the time. Oh yeah, like my parents, especially my mum. The other one's dead. Yeah, my mum will always try to make sure I'm well fed, and you know, I'm not religious, but bless her. You know, as long as I'm not like doing the bless her. I you know, when people say bless you for like for sneezing, I didn't realize it was meant to be bless you. I thought it was bless you, because like people kind of it's kind of combined into one word. Am I? Please don't tell me I'm the only one that thinks that, right? Atheist Jesus blessings. Yes, I will pray to atheist Jesus. Gesundheit. Oh yeah, that's. Maybe it's because I wasn't really raised religious. And so by not being raised religious, you know, what was it? Set H line. I thought I typed that out. Control space. I mean, that works. Hold on, one second. We didn't. Oh, we don't have a thing for that, do we? We also have to change this apparently. When you sneeze is it is another fun one. Also, let me bring this up so that I can see. We are down to 42 minutes. I need to keep reminding people, if you don't want the stream to end in 42 minutes, you can super chat. Every euro that you super chat adds 1 minute to the timer, plus however much bonus time you get from the tier of super chats. Basically, the more you super chat, the more your money is worth. I might change that to a multiplier next time. Like, basically, like red will be ×2, pink will be like times 1.7, orange will be, you know, just to make it less confusing, and to make it less work on me. But yeah, because, you know, I need to make sure that things aren't confusing to people. Anyway, what was I going to do? I was going to set the H line. What was I going to set it to? I was going to do this render data, and I just need to. No, I pressed the wrong thing. Okay. And then we go to here, and we can just grab this and just plop that down there, because we just have to go set H align. And we just have to type A, control space. Love this. If the person who told me about this is here, I want to definitely show my appreciation. Okay, what are we to do? Oh, GUI Duck Geoscent says, this is the last you're getting from me. I gotta be careful. But like, also I will add the minute, but also thank you. You know, I try to like, I do know that one person didn't like that I there was one time, this is years ago, that that it happened, but there was one person who didn't like how I responded to their super chat because they were trying to help, and I like said, "Oh, I'm doing it right now," but it's, and like thought that was kind of rude and dismissive. But it's one of those things where like I try to make sure I suppose it's for me, like I sometimes feel like I don't deserve certain things, or that, you know, and I've gotten a lot better with it. I think I've gotten a lot better with it, and now sometimes it is, I can be like, okay, like, because it's one of those things where like where the world kind of, it's like, oh, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve that. And sometimes it can kind of feel like I don't deserve something because I haven't worked hard enough for it. You know, some people put a lot more effort into stuff, and maybe I don't. And like sometimes I feel like other people are more deserving. But then a lot of times it's like you do have people like the Quartering who don't put effort into the things that they are talking about. You know, it's like they just ramble for like half an hour, and like there are people that are gifted, and it's like, what do they do for whatever skills they have? And it's like you realize that there are a lot of people out there that don't deserve what they have, and there are a lot of people that don't deserve as much as you, or maybe deserve to be in the same place as you, but like the way that they've managed to do well for themselves despite that. Maybe they don't put any effort into what they're doing, and they're just slop. Like, people are getting money for just like pushing out AI slop. So I've gotten to the point where it's like, if I don't deserve something, it doesn't matter, because half the people that are doing well don't deserve it. If I do deserve something, then I hope that I get it. You know? But yeah. Like, there are a lot of people where it's like, like, I think that the biggest thing is like, I know that there are things that I don't deserve, right? Like, I came out as trans, and one of the hopes was that by coming out as trans, I'd be able to speak more to the trans experience rather than having to say, oh, I talked to a trans person, which I did oftentimes. Like, if you go back to my old videos and you hear me say I talked to a trans person about this, I actually did talk to a trans person about it, because it was one of those cases where, like, you know, like, even though I was trans at the I might have been trans at the time, I also double checked with trans people to make sure that I was saying things that were accurate, because I didn't want to I didn't want to come across as a cis person misrepresenting or trying to defend trans people, but doing so badly. And even though I understood it a lot, and some people were like, you understand this a bit too well for a cis person. And it's like, some cis people can understand it. I felt like it was something that I just had to try to do things. But there are plenty of cis people that maybe don't talk to trans people about stuff and spread misinformation. I mean, transphobes tend to not talk to trans people about stuff, right? Gooey Duck Geoscience says valid. I've been called out by trans people on Twitter for bad takes before I came out as trans on there. Yeah, and like there are times when people called me out for bad takes, and it's like, but I think it's not like if they knew that I was trans, it would be like, okay, maybe dial down that. Maybe don't say it in that way. I think people are very quick to call out cis people, especially. It's like when Abigail Thorne, before Abigail Thorne came out as trans, she made a joke about the president of the United States, which at the time was Donald Trump, and made a joke about Donald Trump like transitioning to Biden's thing, and. Essentially, she said, "Oh, congratulations on her transition," and like people jumped on her, and then like she came out as trans. I think that is a big problem that a lot of, I think it's a problem that mostly happens to, Twitter, not Twitter, but to trans people, who aren't out yet. There are a lot of trans people who, because we get comfortable with like making these jokes because, you know, we are trans, but we're not out to everyone. And it's like we make a joke and then and it's usually not a really offensive joke. But then we get called out on it because it's like, oh, you're not trans, you shouldn't make it. And it's like, just because I'm not publicly trans, does that mean that I can't make any jokes? It's not like trans people. It's not like trans people have exclusively good takes on trans issues. They just have lived experience, which to base takes more likely. They just have lived experience on which to base takes more likely to be good as a result. Yeah. It's easier, and like I do know that there are different. Like, there are things that I haven't experienced that other trans people have. And it's one of those things where not every trans person is going to have this exact same experience. And I am going to... What's the alignment? I think it's called horizontal... Oh, yeah. Horizontal align equals data.align. And now I should be able to go to here, and I should be able to go. I should be able to, like, let's say if we press the spacebar, I should be able to go graphics dot set align set horizontal, and we can go align, let's go left, right? So everything's aligned center. If we press the pause button, it should align to the left. All right, here we go. And it pauses, right? Yeah, everything's working fine. Yep, things work well. It may not look or sound like things work well, but things actually worked exactly how I hoped it would. Huh, we got... Oh, I need to remove that thing there. Align bottom, aligns bottom. I mean, align bottom is actually 1, I think. No, it's 2, which would align it to the right. Let me prove that. I haven't tried this. Okay, that should align it to the right. Let's see. Right, press space. And it aligns it to the right. Hey, it works. Because we're setting the horizontal alignment there with align bottom. All right, what I am going to do is I'm going to set something up real quick. I'm going to go to YouTube. I'm going to put on counterspace word salad. Can I? Oh yeah, Guy still has the top comment on that video. Can I queue things? Wait, let me see. Add to queue, right? And then right, I've got it. All right, counterspace word salad. We've added that to queue, and then we're gonna go. It's not gas pressure Planarwalk, and we're going to add that to queue. Hey, we got it. Yes. All right. I am going to go toilet. How often do you stream Planarwalk? Is this something you plan to do more often? I stream I try to get like once a month, but like this month has had a few more. I try to do these. I'm gonna try and probably do these things every the streamathons every 4 or 5 or 6 months. I don't want to do them too often, but I also would like to try different things and give myself an excuse to actually work on the software that actually monitors, does a lot of monitoring for this. So I'm going to put this on. I'm going to go toilet, and I will be back. And yeah, we've only got 32 minutes to go. So we'll see if that climbs up. Hopefully, I hope it climbs up. I hope it does, but we'll see.
The photon idea is an abstraction from misunderstanding the coaxial nature of light, which is a refraction and compression along the dielectric. Yes, and that of course is just a compound ether perturbation modality, because that's all a field is, and I define that in my definition. Counter space. Counter space. Rate of induction. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space. Well, it's the ether. Counter space. Counter space. Harmonic incommensurability.
Harmonic what?
Incommensurability. Not even a single scientist on this earth has ever said quantoid disk model of projected geometry. Not even a single scientist on this earth has ever said harmonic incommensurability. Not even a single scientist on this earth has ever said counter space. I mean, if people believe me, then they would of course be crazy. Of course be crazy. I mean, if people believe me, then they would of course be crazy. Of course be crazy. I mean, if people believe me, then they would of course be crazy. Of course be counter space.
What?
Counter space. Rate of induction. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space. Well, it's the ether. Counter space. Counter space. Well, the photon idea is an abstraction from misunderstanding the coaxial nature of light, which is a refraction and compression along the dielectric. Yes, and that of course is just a compound ether perturbation modality, because that's all a field is, and I define that in my definition. Counter space. Rate of induction. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space. Well, it's the ether. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space.
you're in the Flat Earth community, you will know that there are two words that you just cannot say. For whatever reason, those words will not come out of your mouth, no matter how much you try. The two words that they don't like to hear, can't hear, refuse to hear, or refuse to say are atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. I deserve a drink for that. I really do. I feel better. In case you don't know who I am an ex-flat earther until I saw the light and came back to the globe, obviously. And next time we'll tell you that gravity is a container. But for now, it is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure. It's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It is not gas pressure. It is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure. It's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. So, let that be a lesson for the flirts out there. Let's hope that they pin their ears back and understand the difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure.
And that is a song that I wrote many years. It's actually only a few years ago. But yeah, that was a fun time. Like I do like the double trackedness of that song, which was because like I was like thinking, this doesn't sound complete, so I double tracked it for certain parts of it. Put one track in the left, one track on the right, and then it's like, okay, this sounds so much better. Because like it allows you to capture the imperfections of stuff, of like the guitar. It makes it sound more like a guitar as well. I don't know why, but I like it. It's not fully panned to the right and left because, that doesn't... I should make more songs like that. Yeah, like the cool part of that song, I think the cool part of that song is the solo. And I do want to... I actually, for my game, I want to make more. There's a few things I want to do. Like, there's a sort of sample that I've gotten of a song that's not complete. The song is not complete, but like I feel like by expanding it out and maybe adding a few different things into it, it could definitely could definitely be something that people can enjoy as a song. And with this new engine that I'm writing for the game, I should be able to easily just like make things a loop without any. Yeah, I think the solo is the selling point of it. Because the solo was just like added. Yeah, like if you just listen to it as a normal song without this, and it doesn't have the solo, then it's like kind of shit, but not all that interesting. I think the views kind of reflect that. If I go back to it, like that one got 3.1 thousand views, and Counter-Space Word Salad has 3.8 thousand views. So I think like Counter-Space Word Salad has a lot more replayability, and also. I forgot the guy's name, but this guy, RL Paul, that's it, says, I'm cleaning my kitchen while I listen to this so I can make some Counter-Space. Actually, 8 likes versus 13 likes. Versus 17 likes. Okay, so not the top comment, but like the comment that appears at the top for some reason. At least for me. Maybe it's different for other people. But, yeah, so I know he used to be a fan of mine. But, you know, he decided to go after me one time when I made a video. Well, he decided to go after Simon Dan and be like, look at this. And I'm like, this is the worst attack video I've ever seen, so I am going to respond to it. And then, like, he didn't like that. We are down to 22 minutes. If you do not want to see the stream end in that time, then you can always donate. As I've said, each euro that you donate adds 1 minute to the timer. And on top of that, depending on the tier of Super Chat, you also add an amount depending on what tier it is. If I go to here, it might be easier to see. There we go. You can see like the amount based on that. Let me go to the YouTube Studio stuff so I can see like what's going on there. It's easier. Like it's a little. I need another screen. I had a dream that I had a third monitor. I need another monitor. I can put like OBS, like if I can put OBS like on just one screen that's there and like, dude, imagine that'd be cool. So here's what should happen. Someone should donate like $1,000 so I can buy a new screen that has a touch screen attached to it, and then I can plug it in. And if I want to, if I want to do something on OBS, I can have it like here or something, just like do that, and then I can. That would work so much better. Of course, I wouldn't need to always have OBS. Of course, I wouldn't need to just look at OBS as well to read chat, because I'd be able to read chat on OBS with that closer, as well as not needing to obscure my YouTube Studio. That's too much. I'd want it as a loan. You know, valid. Yes, the answer is always more monitors. The answer is always more monitors. The problem is affording more monitors, and that's not something that I can or for me it's partially having space for more monitors. You know, I spend too much money on this thing called food, which is kind of important for me to live. I haven't worked out how to be an immortal being yet, so we'll eventually work that out. Also, I'll bring this back over, because we're going to do some debunking in the time, and whatever amount of time we have. Food is expensive. Food expensive should be free. Sometimes it is free, as I was mentioning earlier. Can I trust you? Would you repay me? And I'd donate it now as a gesture. Like, I don't want to like get into this thing of let's extend this, let's extend the stream for like things, because I don't, like, honestly I don't know how much money I'm gonna have in like 5 months. You know, I could just have no money, and it could be that if I take out a loan, that's why I don't like taking out loans, because I don't always know if I'll be able to repay them. So if anyone's trying to do like a loan thing of you pay me and then I repay you, like, no, we're not doing that, because I do not know how much money I will have. So I'm not doing that. Just going to remind people of that. And yeah, we were watching this guy.
And I love to pose to my evolution-believing friends is this. How accurate do you think C14 dating would be if there had been a worldwide flood approximately 4,400 years ago?
What would that change? What, like, genuinely, what would that change? May change a few things, but, you know.
And after them howling that there never was a global flood, and me asking, but what if there had been?
But also, like, the thing about the global flood is it doesn't account for all the other... it doesn't account for all the other stuff. And also, you have no evidence that there was a global flood. Yeah. The people taking out loans freely as a sound financial decision own massive amounts of non-liquid capital. Yeah, that is, that's why, like, that's how the system is set up in favor of the rich. The rich can take loans without needing to worry, and the poor can't. And so the poor need to work out, can I repay this loan? Because if they can't repay it, then they end up in debt. That is what loans are really for. You own 200 properties, and you're going to get 100k dumped into your bank account in interest at the end of the month, but you want to buy a car. Nor is there enough water on Earth to cover all the land. Yeah. Oh, well, they try and say, oh, but it went into the mantle or something like that, and it's like, no. How do you propose? Like, they try. Like, the thing is, a global flood makes perfect sense if you just say magic. they like, the problem with creationists is they have this trump card. They have this card that they can pull out any time. Twas if I can trust you, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you can trust me. I tried to be trustworthy. But, creationists. Yes. What was it? Oh, yeah. Creationists try to come up with, like, explanations of, well, what if this happened? What if all that happened? It's like, yeah, what if magic? Like, here's my belief system. You want to know my belief system? My belief system is just that magic did everything. How are you going to debunk that, huh? I don't have to explain a bunch of stuff. I can just say magic. If that's my belief, you could just use magic. Like, that's literally you. If you have a god, that god can do magic. That's what miracles are. Magic. I need to make a video on that, I think.
They typically concede that it would have messed up the whole method. Why? Well, the reason is radiocarbon dating assumes that the current carbon-14 to carbon-12 ratio, after adjusting for the Industrial Revolution, of about 1 in a trillion is the starting ratio for the objects being dated. But this ratio would have been much smaller before the flood, which removed almost all living carbon from the biosphere through burial of the existing biomass. And because pre- and para-flood objects would have started...
Yeah, but you need to... the problem is you can assert, oh, this would have changed things, right? You can assert that, but then it's the evidence that you need to bring up for that. A lot of creationists try to say, oh, there was a giant flood that did this. And it's like, okay, what evidence do you have? Aside from it was recorded in a book, or they often say, oh, every thing has flood stories. But, like, just because everything has everyone has a story about floods doesn't mean that a flood actually took place. It'd be like if someone from the future said, a lot of these civilizations had stories about the Avengers, like cross-referencing like fan fiction, all that kind of stuff. But it's like, or superheroes, super powerful beings, and saying superheroes must have existed. We've got collections of them throughout history, but that doesn't mean that superheroes existed. It just means that there's a common trope within fiction literature. It wasn't God, that doesn't exist. It was magical girls fighting off evil aliens that killed dinos. Of course. How could I be so silly to miss that?
Started with a much lower initial carbon-14 to carbon-12 ratio. The measured amount today would also be smaller and could be misinterpreted as much older. Now, each dating method, as there are many like rubidium to strontium, uranium to lead, etc., has a different rate of radioactive decay, depending on what element is being measured. So what about these dating methods that we hear that supposedly give us dates ranging into the billions of years? Well, as stated, carbon-14 can only date up to a supposed 100,000 years. Uranium-lead dating, however, is a method that could theoretically give dates up to 4.5 billion years.
Yeah, so you want, and the thing with that is, how would that be affected by a flood? Because I'm pretty sure it comes from a different place. It comes from the mantle, and you're going to get a certain amount of, ratios from that.
Because of how slowly we've observed uranium's decay rates. However, all these other methods also assume the same thing: consistent decay rates.
Yeah, but you have no evidence that things will have a inconsistent decay rate, right? That's like saying, that's like with the candle analogy and saying, but it could have, to use the candle analogy, to say, that could have burnt quickly over the last hour. It's like, yeah, but what evidence do you have? It's if you find things that are consistent, and then there's something that seems to be and you want to claim that it's not, that things have changed, it's like, okay, why did things change consistently or whatever? He's ignoring the fact that we know this ratio varied and calibrations curves account for that. Yeah, I know that I can't do as good of a job as debunking this thing as other people can, but it's one of those things where it's just so, firstly, these people speak from ignorance, and they assume that scientists are just as ignorant as they are, when that is not the case. Scientists will do a lot more than just be like, we get this date from this.
But that's a big assumption. For example, as early as 2006, New Scientist magazine carried an article called Half-Life Heresy. And in it, Professor Klaus Rolfs of Ruhr University explained why what he had discovered was considered heresy, against the common view, among scientists using these dating methods.
I was about to say, can you explain it? But apparently it is.
When I was studying physics, my teacher said nuclear properties are independent of the environment. You can put nuclei in the oven or the freezer or any chemical environment, and the nuclear properties will stay the same. That's not true anymore. His experiment...
Okay. The problem is that the problem which is making this hard to, just debunk, is that he's doing things in the reverse order. He's basically giving you the conclusion, then saying, because of this conclusion, and this supports the conclusion, this supports the conclusion. That's a little bit of an issue.
experiments demonstrated nuclear decay rates are not always constant and can change under differing circumstances.
What circumstances?
That was obviously a real shock to those that had always been taught.
What circumstances? Did I miss something? What circumstances are those?
Constant and can change under differing circumstances.
What
that
circumstances?
was obviously a real shock to those that had always been taught they were absolutely constant. However, prior to this,
What circumstances? What circumstances do they change under? Can you mention it? Like, does it heat? Does it is it like what circumstance? Is it like magnetic? Does it have maybe it has something to do with the magnetic field. Maybe, and then we can account for that. Maybe but like just saying, oh, it's not always the same. It's like, okay, but what circumstances are those? Please tell me.
Creationists had already pointed out several examples of problems with these dating methods as well. Take the lava dome formed after the 1980s.
Yeah, he's just not going to say what circumstances they are. It's like, maybe we can account for those circumstances then. You know? Like, is it heat? I kind of doubt that it's heat, seeing as like heat is kinetic energy, but maybe it's like something to do with electromagnetic radiation or whatever. Yeah, maybe it's something to do with gravity. You'd assume that it would have to do with some kind of force or some kind of energy concentration. And if those are relatively stable, like the biggest thing that could have a difference is probably the magnetic. This is just going off of my guess. Would probably be the magnetic field of Earth. But like, don't we know? We can look at like the records of the magnetic field. We can actually see how like different layers are aligned. The graph he showed doesn't show changes due to circumstance. It shows a steady, predictable fall and decay rate. Yeah. And like, how much does it cause these things to vary as well? Like, does it cause things to vary by a significant amount, or is it just like, is it just like a standard amount over time, or is it like within a margin of error? Because if it's within a margin of error, then it's like, okay, these things aren't going to have much of an impact. Magnetostratigraphy is an entire field. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not like we can't know these things.
Eruption of Mount St. Helens. The brand new rock that formed at its peak after the final eruption provided a perfect testing ground for various radiometric dating methods. And imagine the surprise when the rocks dated from 340,000 to 2.8 million years old.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard about this, but it is partially because there is a lower limit on what you can get if you use particular radiometric dating methods. You have to use the right radiometric dating methods, because like if you just go, oh well, we're going to use uranium dating method, which I believe has a very uranium. I believe has a, I can't remember if it was uranium or lead, but if you use the one that lasts a long time, then you're going to get a result that is going to be within a, it's not going to last, let's continue.
When its actual age was less than 25 years. No results came out younger than this.
Yeah, because you're not using results that you're not using stuff that is looking for those results. You're using stuff that is looking for. I believe that was the case, and also didn't say where he got it from. So they were sort of like, okay, I guess we'll use this radiometric dating method, and obviously that didn't pan out because it's like they're not results for. It's, again, things have a lower bound. Just I know that in If I remember correctly, the lead author was a young Earth creationist too. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And please understand, because I've heard this objection from skeptics so many times. There is no retained age that could be calculated in these rocks, which is admitted by evolutionary geologists.
I don't think that's the objection. I think the objection is that you didn't use the right dating methods. There is a lower bound that you can get with certain dating methods. It's like it's like if you like it's like with the thing, like there's an upper bound with carbon, but there would also be a lower bound too. Like you can't get like younger than a certain amount because that you just can't find that. Like it'd be like trying to be like, oh, I want this to get to 30. I want to see if this can be dated to 37 seconds ago. It's like you can't do that because that's not how that works. Also, I don't know if there's enough time to finish this video. So if anyone wants to make sure we finish this video, make sure to donate because there's 3 minutes and less than 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So we might not be able to finish this video within that time. So
that's just not how the method works. This situation isn't like a blind date where you don't know exactly what you're getting into beforehand. So a good question to ask is, if you can't trust these methods on rocks that you do know the age of, why would you trust it on rocks that you don't know the age of?
Because it's different things. It's like, again, like if I... and also there's like the cross-referencing, right? If you just use radiometric dating, then you won't. Then it's like, okay, we might not be able to get the right age because radiometric dating is for a particular purpose. But like you can also use other things to verify it, to verify that you're correct and make sure that there's no contamination, all that kind of stuff. That's not true too. Tephrostratigraphy is also a field where you can date volcanic material using different unstable isotopes. Yeah, like you have to use the right dating method. It's like using Tinder to try and be gay. You're not using the right dating method there, or it's like using Grindr to try and be straight. You know, if you use his dating people analogy. Like if you try and use Arsenic 1987 for 50 Nokia says, stay hydrated, you're not wrong. Call me a cute girl or whatever, love you all. Let me... oh yeah, I have to do that, and I have to add 1 minute. And I have to go back here because I can see the timer now. We can maybe finish this within that time.
Another example that combined both carbon and radioisotope dating was from an area in Australia. In 1994, some people were drilling through sand and clay when they struck a basalt layer that had apparently flowed over a forest at one point because it had some charred wood encapsulated inside of it. Now, this was a good time to check out both methods, carbon dating and other radioisotopes.
Well, it depends when it was formed as well. Like, because if it was formed like more than 100,000 years ago, then radiocarbon dating isn't going to do anything with that. Basalt and battery. True.
Isotope dating versus each other, as both samples must have obviously been from the same time period. The results, however, said that the wood was 44 to 45,000 years old, while the basalt surrounding it was 45 million years old.
Is that because they used? Did they try to use radio? Did they try to use radiocarbon dating on the wood and then try to use radiometric dating on the basalt? Because like that sounds what it was. You have to use the right thing again. Like maybe because especially if it's petrified wood, because 45 million year old sediment around 45,000 year old wood. Like yeah, Yeah, that would definitely have to be petrified wood. So why would it still have like? Why would you be using carbon dating on that? Especially since it came back as the higher end of carbon dating, which would still show that he's wrong as well.
How could there possibly be 44,000-year-old wood inside 45 million-year-old rock?
Yeah, that would probably look. I highly doubt that wood was, organic at that point. I think it was probably we'd have this fossilization process called petrification. You can if you petrify something, then it probably won't have any organic matter left in it.
One thing's for certain. At least one of those dating methods wasn't working.
You don't say! Yeah, it's almost like maybe they used the wrong dating method. Again, it's like a straight person trying to find a date on Grindr. Do not do that if you're a straight person.
Of course, biblical creationists would say both. In short, there are hundreds of Earth's processes that set limits on the age of the Earth, and most of them give an age far less than the billions of years required for
You're going to mention any of them?
Evolution.
You're going to mention any of them?
Many dating methods have proven unreliable.
You're not going to mention any of them? Please mention one of them so I can talk about it.
In far too many circumstances to be thought of as foolproof, even by evolutionists. And to illustrate the fallibility of the idea that we can be absolutely sure of something's age.
The study was published in a creationist journal. Oh no. I'm telling you, they just use the wrong thing and then assume that, we did it wrong, therefore the science has it wrong. And it's like, that's not how science works. You need to do things right, and then you'll get things that agree with the science. It's like flat earthers doing like the Foucault's pendulum wrong, or the Cavendish experiment wrong, and then they're like, see, it doesn't work, and then it's like, well, that's because you did it wrong, or the laser experiment's wrong. It's like, it doesn't work. Yeah, you did it wrong.
Based on man-made dating methods, based on faulty presuppositions. Let me share a quote with you from cave specialist Jerry Trout. He perfectly illustrates the interpretive nature of these dating methods when describing the history of Carlsbad Caverns, New Mexico in the United States.
New Mexico. I was worried that it was going to say New Zealand. Also, we've got only a minute. So if you don't want the stream to end yet, then donate so we can keep going. But unless someone donates, then the stream ends in less than a minute. I was hoping to go for 12 hours this time. Jeez. And that's annoying. A little disappointing. But yeah, I was going to try and go for 12 hours. I was hoping to beat the previous thing, but apparently that's not happening, at least not from the looks of it, because when you're down to 30 seconds, it's very unlikely that, yeah. But I hope that everyone had a fun time. Work your way up to 3 days FTFE. Yeah, that I need his audience. That's what I need. Unless you have FTFE's audience, then you don't get FTFE's time thing, which, we get, is it, please come in before, there we go, hey! And I get to add an extra minute on top of that. Thank you. Carla Jurgensen says, egg. It does help that, if I didn't have the ad more with higher tier super chats, then this would have ended ages ago. Anyway, well, hopefully we at the very least get to the end of this video. But next time I need to announce it next time so that we can get so that we can actually get it to 12 hours, because it's kind of disappointing that I can't even break 12 hours. I keep on pressing the wrong thing. Well, not pressing the wrong thing, but mousing over the wrong thing.
A cave system full of stalactites and stalagmites, which were at one time interpreted by evolutionists as having formed over many thousands of years. From 1924 to 1988, there was a visitor's sign above the entrance to Carlsbad Caverns that said Carlsbad was at least 260 million years old. In 1988, the sign was changed to read 7 to 10 million years old. Then, for a little while, the sign read that it was 2 million years old. Now, the sign is gone. So...
Yeah, but that's because the people... We learn more. It's not... That's like saying... That's like saying that, we had Newton's form of gravity, and then it turned out that it didn't work for everything, and then we had to have Einstein's form of gravity, and that turns out that maybe that could be wrong, so therefore gravity doesn't exist. That's the argument. Therefore gravity must be wrong. And it's like, yeah, gravity exists. We can measure the effects of it.
Scientists gathered new data over time and updated their estimations, and
yeah,
updates
exactly.
are fine. That's how science works. But for the average layperson who's putting their trust in these...
Yeah, but it's not about the average layperson. What Fred from down the road or Timmy from down the road thinks about science doesn't matter. It's the scientists, and the scientists will update things. Do you think that science should be correct? The first thing, the Bible isn't correct at every single turn. It gets things wrong because people are fallible. People don't have access to all the information.
Dates as factual? Which of those dates was true? Which was fact, and which was...
The most recent is likely to be the most true because that is the one that has the most evidence to support it. Well, at the moment, with Trump in power, it seems like that may not necessarily be the case.
Scientific in the way the average person thinks. Was it 260, 7 to 10, or 2 million years old? Or were they all just simply the fallible guesses of man?
It's probably that they kept on updating things when they found new evidence. That's how science works. That's how everything should work. It's not just a guess. It's that it's that you have evidence and then you find new evidence. Like if you go to a place, right, and there is and let's say you find something that points to it being built 500 years ago. Maybe there's like a thing in it from 500. You find something in it from 500 years ago, and then you under the floorboards, right? And it's like, okay, well, it might have been built 500 years ago. Then you find something from 200 years ago. It's like, okay, maybe it was under the floorboards. And it's like, okay, maybe it was built 200 years ago. Then you might also find out that the thing from 200 years ago was put there during a raid and they just stuffed it under the floorboards. And it's like, okay, well, maybe it was built 500 years ago. It's one of those things where there will always be new evidence, and sometimes some evidence will contradict other evidence and or invalidate other evidence, and that's okay. You don't have... It's keeping up with the latest evidence that's important, the latest, the things that we learn. And we are almost back down to one minute now. So can we speed through this? I don't know.
Beyond the revelation of God's word.
Oh yeah, he's making it about God. How do you know about the God thing? Do you have evidence for that? Because that's the important thing, having evidence for your belief. If you have a belief, I hope that you have evidence for that. And I think that's... yeah, we can't finish this video, at least unless we get more time added, which, you know, when you get down to 30 seconds, when it gets down to 30 seconds, I'm like, this looks like it's ending at least pretty soon. But yeah. It has been fun though. Like, I do like these things. The countdown doesn't mean you must stop, but, you know, it's good to abide by these things. Otherwise, it just feels like I'm cheating. 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, stream ends now. So, yeah, leave a like and subscribe if you like this video. I'll have to talk to FTFE to like work out a way to get more people, because like this went for less. Like, I tried to do something that was suggested to me to try and make it go for longer. It went for less time, so yeah, that's kind of disappointing. But yeah, leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream. Leave a comment letting me know what I should do for future streams, especially these streams. I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, or next video, I'm going to try and do more videos. Between you and me, thank you.